Good morning. Good morning. ఇది ఇంత హైట్ ఉన్నదేంటి ఇది Yeah, very nice. You're all here. Please be disciplined. Sit in the places until the program is over. It will be just over in less than 2 hours.
Good morning, everyone. The chief guest and the other dignitaries have arrived. So we're going to start the event very soon.
Hello, hello.
Thank you. Please be seated. Now I request all the guests to join me in honoring the Prime Minister, late Prime Minister.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, distinguished scholars, and dear participants. I, Amla, Assistant Professor from the Department of Business Management, welcoming RISE 2024. It is with great pleasure and profound honor. The problems we face today are complex and multifaceted, requiring not only just individual brilliance, but collective effort. By fostering partnerships across disciplines, industries, and geographies, we can unlock transformative solutions that resonate globally. With this note, let us initiate the inaugural of today's event. I take the privilege in inviting the Honorable Chief Guest of the inaugural function, Dr. Atul Negi, Dean, Hyderabad Central University, onto the dais. WhatsApp open करो open అవ్వట్లేదు phone lock అయిపోయింది phone lock అయిపోయింది బోకే చేసి ఎట్లా మమ్మ ఇప్పుడు నా phone lock हो गया मेरा phone lock हो गया हाँ I got it. Dr. Atul Negi is a noted academic in the field of higher education, and he has held various roles at the University of Hyderabad, which is a prominent public university in India. He is affiliated with the School of Humanities or Social Sciences, having an active role in administrative functions as well as academic work. He has been the director of prestigious Institute of Engineering and Science Indore, and he is the chairman of IEEE Hyderabad section. He is being an investigator in funded projects from ISRO, Ministry of Communication and IT. He has been a scientific officer of DRDO, Project Comrades at IISc, formerly visiting faculty of International Institute of Information Technology in Hyderabad. Thank you so much, sir. It's a privilege to invite the guest of honor, Dr. Nguyen Hong Son, Head of Science and Technology from Hanoi University of Industry, Vietnam. Nguyen Hong Son was born in 1978 in Hanam Province, Vietnam. He received the BSc, MSc, and PhD degrees from Hanoi University of Science and Technology, Vietnam in 2001, 2005, and 2015. He is currently Head of Department of Science and Technology, Hanoi University. His main works include cutting process simulation, cutting process optimization, and so on. He has been an active member and reviewer of Vietnam Journal of Science and Technology, and a reviewer of Vietnam Mechanics Association, etc. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I'm elated to invite the guest of honor, Dr. Mithun Chakravarti, Lincoln University, Malaysia, onto the stage. Dr. Mithun Chakravarti is a distinguished researcher, academic leader, and corporate trainer specializing in artificial intelligence, big data, and cybersecurity. With over 1,000 citations and an H index of 16, his work has made a significant impact in these cutting-edge fields. Dr. Mithun's ability to translate academic research into real-world solutions has earned him a strong reputation as a leader in his field. As the Dean of Faculty of Artificial Intelligence, Computing and Multimedia at Lincoln University College, Malaysia, Dr. Mithun combines academic excellence with strategic leadership. He has played a pivotal role in designing and developing interdisciplinary programs in artificial intelligence. He has led to the successful implementation of cutting-edge academic offerings that are shaping the future of education in these areas. He's been recognized for groundbreaking research in artificial intelligence, big data, and cybersecurity with over 1,000 citation H&H index. Thank you so much, sir, for having you here. Now, I'm delighted and honored to invite our benevolent secretary and correspondent, Sri K. Krishnarao Garu, onto the dais. Let me have the pleasure of inviting our Dean Academics, Dr. A. Vinay Babu sir, onto the stage. I extend my invitation to our Director, R&D, Dr. Vishnuvardhan Reddy sir, onto the dais. The program chair of today's conference, Dr. Vijender Kumar Solanki, is invited onto the stage. Here, I would like to invite our beloved principal, Dr. Satyaprasad Lanka sir, to come onto the dais. Lighting. Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya. Lighting the lamp is not just a ritual, it's a symbol of awakening the inner light within us. Now, I invite our honorable chief guest and esteemed guest of honor to join the Deepa Prajwalana. I request all the dignitaries to join. Dr. Karthik sir, please come onto the stage. I request Rakesh Reddy sir to please join the lighting of lamp. I invite Dr. Vidya Bhargavi and Ayla Anusha for national song. I request all the audience to stand. Thank you.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujalam Sufalam, Malayaj Sheetalam, Sasya Syamalam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Subra सुमधुरभाषिणीं सुखदां वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरं वन्दे मातरम्.
Thank you. Now, let me invite Dr. M. Swapna, convener of today's conference, to propose her welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. I, Dr. Swapna, Associate Professor from the Department of Computer Science Engineering and the convener for this prestigious event. It is my great honor and privilege to welcome you all the 9th International Conference on Research in Intelligent Computing in Engineering, RISE 2024. We are delighted to host this event, which is organized by the Stanley College of Engineering Technology, Women, jointly co-organized by the Department of Computer Science and Information Technology, Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Telangana, and University Don Bosco, El Salvador, Central America, in hybrid mode. This conference stands as a testament to our collective commitment to fostering innovation and collaboration in the field of intelligent computing. RISE 2024 is more than just a conference. It is gathering of brilliant minds, a platform to share groundbreaking research, and the opportunity to shape the future of engineering and technology. Over the next 2 days, we will delve into the cutting-edge advancements in AI and machine learning, signal processing and embedded computing, communication networks, IoT and big data, NLP and applications. We are privileged to have an exceptional lineup to keynote speakers and technical sessions that will surely inspire and challenging us. I encourage all the participants to actively engage and exchange their ideas and make the most of the network opportunities this conference provides. This event would not have been possible without the visionary support and guidance of our esteemed leaders. I warmly welcome our Chief Patrons K. Krishna Rao Garu, R. Pradeep Reddy Garu, T. Ragesh Reddy Garu, Co-Patron Professor A. Vinay Babu Garu, Professor Satya Prasad Lanka, and Chief Guest Atul Negi, Dean of Hyderabad Central University, and distinguished guest Dr. Nyon Hong Sen, Head of the Science Technology, Dr. Mithun Chakravarti, Dean Faculty of Engineering, and General Chair Professor Vishnuvardhan Reddy, Vice Principal Dr. B.V. Ramanamurthy, Director Dr. K. Anuradha Madam, Director of Academies Dr. A. Kanakadurga, all the department's heads. I also extend my thanks to co-conveners Dr. Shivani Yadav, Associate Professor, Department of CSE, Dr. G. Karthik, Associate Professor, Department of ECE, Program Chair Dr. Vijendra Kumar Solanki, Associate Professor, Department of CSE, and the Advisory Board, the Program Committee for creating such excellent program. Finally, I would like to thank you, one of you, for your participation and contributions. Your presence here today, whether in the person or virtual, reflects in the spirit of collaboration that drives innovations. Let us make RISE 2024 a memorable and impactful experience for all. Now, I invite the program chair, Dr. Vijendra Kumar Solanki, to speak about the conference. With that, I warmly welcome to you once again, and I wish you fruitful and enriching 2 days ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, one and all. Distinguished guest on the dais, off the dais. I am Dr. Vijendra Kumar Solanki, Associate Professor, Department of CSE, Stanley College of Engineering. Welcome one and all to the 9th edition of the RISE 2024. So I'd like to just tell you, we have started this conference before 9 years, and it was started from the Nagpur in the center of the India. For your information, in the 9th edition, we have completed 4 editions alone into the Vietnam, and 2 into the Hyderabad, and 1 in Salvador, and we have completed 1 in Uttarakhand. I am truly thankful to the management of the Stanley College of Engineering for allowing us to do this wonderful conference. Wholeheartedly, I am thankful to the keynote speaker, our Dr. Sudhanja, Dr. Kadir Saab, Dr. Buitin San, Dr. Rajiv De Saab, and Dr. Mithun Saab, to coming from across the different places. At the same time, I am truly thankful to the session chairs, Dr. Aditi ji, Dr. Ashish ji, Dr. Shweta ji, Dr. Vishnath ji, Sridhar, Dr. Uma ma'am, and internal all the staffs who have really done a good works to make today's event a grand success. At the outset, I am truly thankful to our guest, Dr. Atul Negi ji, who humbly accepted our invitation and today is with us. And we have also the pleasure to invite our Dr. Amit ji, who is the CEO of the BioAxis. He's with us. So a lot of dignitaries today with us, and it's really a whole celebration day with all of us. Time to meet with us, greet with us, make a network, have a lot of time to know how the things happen. Just to know you, we have got approximately 120 papers. Out of that, we have got finalized 31 papers. And for the proceeding, we have successfully scrutinized 22 papers, which will be published into the annals series published by the Poland. In the end, I am truly thankful to each one of you who directly, indirectly given support to make this grand success, one and all. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Satyaprasad Lanka, sir, Principal of Stanley College, to propose an address.
Morning to all of you all. Respected chief guest of today's function, Dr. Atul Negi, Professor of the Department of Computer and Information Sciences, HCU, Hyderabad. Over here, he's an eminent scholar and a well-wisher of Stanley for a very long duration. He's also a member, board member of our sister institution, Methodist, a long accomplishment. And then we have our new friend, Dr. Hyun Son from Vietnam. I welcome you, sir, to this event. And our old friend, very old friend, Dr. Mithun from Lincoln University, who has been associated with Stanley for a very long period in person and also behind also. He has been instrumental in guiding us for our scholars as well as in our student exchange program also, sir was saying. And he is also a regular speaker to our tech talks which go on in Stanley. So welcome you, sir, to us. And then a pillar of our organization and strength to all of us, our secretary and correspondent, Shri Krishna Rao Garu. Welcome you, sir. And our stalwarts, the two experienced men who are constantly guiding hand behind Stanley's growth up to this point of time, Dr. A. Vinay Babu, sir, and Dr. Vishnuvardhan Reddy, sir, who have been guiding us in various aspects of academics right throughout and leading to several accolades to Stanley. And the conference chair, the program chair, Dr. Solanki, who is the man behind the show of today, who has been instrumental in putting this galaxy of experts together from about nearly 5 countries and nearly 7 states so Solanki, welcome, good job. dignitaries of the dais, especially who are conducting keynote addresses and sessions at our conference. I welcome you all. The Sister College Institution Principal, Dr. Prabhu Garu, welcome you, sir. Right? And the other pillars, Dr. Pradeep Reddy Garu and Rakesh Reddy Garu, who is the men behind what all you see today, the change in the ecosystem to suit a conference. I welcome you all, sir, and my colleagues, young friends, and press and media. Today is a sort of a new chapter wherein we are conducting an international conference with a huge quality in it. Instead of going for numbers, we have gone for the quality, and the reviewers need to be thanked to see that scrutiny, very scrupulously they have gone through the papers, and they have seen that the papers are there. Okay. For the benefit of the guests, I would like to say a few words about Stanley. Stanley is a young organization, started in 2008, so we are in our sweet 16th year. And in this 16 years, Stanley has attained several achievements. Particularly, up to now we have got 69 university ranks. The last batch of Stanley, leaving from Osmania University and moving to the autonomous umbrella, has brought an astonishing 18 university rank, which is nearly about 25% of the university ranks in our branches. So we are living with a big bang from the Osmania University into the, that is one achievement. Second achievement is we have been accredited and re-accredited for all our eligible UG branches by the National Board of Accreditation, which is under Washington Accord. Which is so it's an international recognition of our departments. The accreditation has been done and re-accreditation of the same has been done over here. And now next year we'll be going for re-accreditation under autonomous status. Then the college itself has got an A-grade accreditation from the National Accreditation Audit and Accreditation Council, NAC, an A-grade for the college level. All this is a testimony to the hard work of the students, the earnestness and vision of particularly the leadership of the college, and the efforts, untiring efforts and mentorship of the faculty. So I request you all to give a so we are at a very good 16. We want to grow to be a very wise and experienced institution shortly over there. Further, in 2020, we have got the autonomous status from University Grants Commission. University Grants Commission, we have got the autonomous status over there. So we are on our way. And this sort of conference plays a huge role in the exchange of ideas. Among the meticulously accepted papers, I am glad that 8 of the papers are from Stanley over here. There were several more, but the process has been very stringent and ethical. We have gone through, and 8 of our papers are being accepted. With all these, we have got several allocates awards also. We got the award for, recently we got from the Confederation of Indian Industries, the Best Women Engineering College in STEM. In New Delhi, it was awarded last month. IST has recognized our institution as the Best Women's Engineering College in 2021. And then we have got IBM recognizing our institution for the best participating institution in its challenge, industry challenge to academia. There, incredible, out of 49 teams which are selected, about 26 teams were from Stanley in the finalists. Dr. K. Vaidehi received the award in Bangalore, okay, on behalf of Stanley. Over here, like this, we have got lots of achievements also, recognitions and achievements and untiring effort. The vision behind taking Stanley to emerging technologies is an ongoing process which are constantly addressing. So I do hope good times continue to flourish, and we promise you all the same hard work and commitment from the management. Okay, their vision is going to be translated into a very, very wonderful, okay, outcomes of achievements. Over here, just before I again stop, I would like to say a few words about our late Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh, as we must recognize his contribution to the nation, right? He did his studies from Punjab University, the degree and post-graduation, and went on to Oxford to do his post-graduation, and then later on, after a break, again he continued at Oxford to get his DPhil, and he did his doctorate from there on Indian economics. His doctorate was on Indian economics. Later on, he joined our fraternity. I am very proud to say that he is a member of our fraternity of teachers. He joined Punjab University as a senior lecturer, went on to become a professor in the same institution. From there, he went on to UNCTAD, Trade and Development Conference of UN. He joined that organization. From there, he became an advisor to the Commerce Department in the Government of India. Then he went on to take stalwart roles in Governor of RBI. He went on to become the Vice Chairman of Planning Commission of India. And under the stewardship of the late Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao, he became the Finance Minister of India in 1991. And heralded in the reforms and the change in the Indian economy truly started under his stewardship over here. So India today, as we see it, is a major contribution of several people, most important of whom is Dr. Manmohan Singh. The change, the new India, has come with a strong base which others built. The new India rose under his stewardship. And then in 1996, he was the leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha for a period from 1996 to 2004. 2004, he took on as the 13th Prime Minister of the country. Over there, he served 2 terms until 2014. He was the Prime Minister. Under his stewardship, several pro-capitalistic approaches as well as pro-poor efforts like Manrega or RTI, all these were implemented under him on the left side of the spectrum. On the right side of the spectrum, FDI investment, etc., all of them are also encouraged. That is the balanced approach he had, which brought India today to where it is. His contributions, we have to acknowledge. The great leader, a stalwart of India, who has served India in everything, and the most beautiful thing about him is his simplicity. The simplicity with which he led his life, with no, what you call, adambaram in Telugu, as we say, right? No show, nothing, only performance. That man was all about that. A great leader. I request you all to go through all the challenges he faced later on when you have time, and understand how you can contribute to nation building as he did, starting from a very small role to such a multidimensional personality that he was. Okay? Since after his stewardship as a Prime Minister also, he was a Rajya Sabha member until recently, 2024 also. He was a Rajya Sabha member, and recently he came in a wheelchair to vote in the Rajya Sabha when he was ill. That was his commitment to development of India. Right? So let us remember this stalwart. Once again, I welcome all of you all to this healthy deliberations, okay, under the RISE conference, which is being organized here, okay, and have a very fruitful exchange of ideas, and more importantly, network, so that collectively we become a greater force for the benefit of mankind in the emerging technologies, okay, of ICE, intelligence and computer engineering. In that area, we become a uniting force. Let this conference have more activity after the conference, post-conference activity with collaborations, exchange of ideas, strengths, sharing of strengths, overcoming of weaknesses. Like this, let us take this as a message for this conference. Thank you very much. God bless all of you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable information. I request the guest of honor, Dr. Nguyen Hong Sing, to address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather to celebrate the 9th RISE Conference, Hyderabad, India. I am happy to see guests and delegates witnessing RISE success. I am Professor Dr. Nguyen Hong Sơn, head of the Department of Science and Technology, Hanoi University of Industry, Vietnam. I send my best wishes to one and all. This is very famous conference, and in 9 years, more than 4 years, it's been in Vietnam. The high quality keynote from Nepal, Bhutan, Malaysia, India, and Vietnam make me happy to meet the network. The paper presentation from the USA, Salvador, Vietnam, Nepal, and India make this proceeding significant in reputed DBLP indexing. I wish this huge success and propose to be a cohort for RISE 2025, the 10th edition of the conference. Once again, thank you for the invitation, warm hospitality, and care for us in India. We are looking forward to welcoming you to Vietnam. Thank you very much. Good day.
Thank you, sir. I request the guest of honor of today's event, Dr. Mithun Chakravarti, to address the gathering.
A very good morning for all of you. Respected Dr. Krishna Rao Garu and Vishnuvardhan Reddy sir and Dr. Satyapradap sir, and also all the dignitaries, Dr. Vinay Babu sir, and lecturers, professors, associate professors in Stanley Engineering College, and the delegates whoever coming from far away to take part in this conference. Welcome one and all, and thanks the management for inviting us, for making Lincoln University a part of this great event. And also I wish heartfelt thanks to Mr. Rameshpati sir for being collaborating with us, being an intermediator within us, Lincoln and Stanley Engineering College. And hopefully you can see I would be the youngest in the dignitaries over the dais. To be very honored to be in here. And I thank all the professors, senior professors, for conducting this event consistently, because conducting an event consistently for 9 years is not an easy task, and delivering with the quality of articles, papers, keeping the scientific work in higher standards is not at all an easy task. And bringing people from all over the world, Dr. Nang from Vietnam, and also I would see Professor Sudan from Nepal, and bringing people from all around the countries to conduct these such events. It keeps the academic fraternity and the research to be in the high standards, which provides the enrichment within the students. And I wish very, very thanks, and also I congratulate the management for conducting the event in a very smooth way. And from the time I landed in Hyderabad, it was very smooth and warm, and we don't feel that I'm being in another country or another place. It seems like back in home, because all of them in here, in the lecturers, because we know Dr. Shivani, Dr. Srilata, Dr. Srileka, all these lecturers were being very kind to us. And of course, we know few students as well, and we are also expecting few students in near future, maybe in the month of March and also in June, July. We wish the collaboration between Lincoln University College and Stanley should go long lasting. And with all these words, I would also put a word of thanks from our president, Professor Dr. Amia Baumik, who was the man behind us to make these collaborations and who made us to be in this genre. And thanks for both the managements, and thanks for inviting us. And I wish a grand success for the event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I request Dr. Atul Negi, Dean, Hyderabad Central University, to convey inaugural address for the gathering.
So good morning to everyone here, okay, especially the students. I hope they are not dropping off to sleep, because many times they think that these kinds of occasions are good for them to either maybe relax but I would like to sort of excite them a bit later on about intelligence, artificial intelligence, and some notable events in that. Okay, so but first of all, I must thank the organizers, especially the organization of Stanley, the principal, the correspondent, Dr. Solanki, and everyone in the conference for inviting me to this and giving me this occasion to be able to speak here. So I thank them very much. Of course, I am not a stranger to the Stanley institution and the Methodist institutions. Thanks to Dr. Prabhu and the correspondent, I am a frequent visitor here. All right, so it's just that I am happy to see this conference being organized here, along with the international participation of Dr. Mithun, and also the guest of honor, Dr. Hong Son. So here I thank them for coming all the way here. All right. So Now a bit about this conference. I have been a speaker at the conference here. Last year I gave a keynote, and my talk was about applying the artificial intelligence methods into the core computer science areas. So that is my talk there in the last year. However, this time I would like to speak about some of the progress, the landmark progresses which took place in the domain of artificial intelligence. Okay, so first of all, let's start with the question. So to the students, basically, how old do you think is the artificial intelligence? When did it start? Okay, give a guess. There are no wrong answers. Okay, any student would like to speak up and say that how old has been this field of artificial intelligence? So is it 10 years old, 20 years old? What would be their guess? Okay, so since it's difficult for me to hear what they are saying, this is started with the advent of computing, all right, even before that as well. So the modeling of thought was the modeling of human thought. Okay, that was the main inspiration by which this domain of artificial intelligence has started. And Alan Turing was the one who gave it the formal basis of that. And as everyone will say, there is a very famous test of intelligence which is called as the Turing test. So in the Turing test, what we want to know is that how intelligent is your system. If the system cannot be distinguished with a human being, then you can say that that system is intelligent. All right, so that was basically the idea of which Alan Turing has given. And the Turing test stood as a test for a long time. However, in recent years, there are many systems which are sort of past that Turing test. In fact, now we have what is called as a reverse Turing test, which is like if you go to a website, you are asked to show yourself that whether you are a human. Okay, so this is, as many of you have tried to see, that it is called as a CAPTCHA. All right, CAPTCHA, reverse CAPTCHA, such things. All of you who are visiting websites will be giving that. That itself is showing that how much the computer systems have evolved by which they are able to model and mimic human behavior. Okay, to go back now further into the history of artificial intelligence, the name artificial intelligence as such came about only after the conference which took place by John McCarthy. So John McCarthy, he was a mathematician, and he contributed a lot to the progress of artificial intelligence. He is specifically remembered for lambda calculus, which was the one which started the AI programming language, which is called as Lisp. Okay, nowadays nobody hardly ever programs in Lisp. They program in Python, but Lisp and Prolog, these were the original artificial intelligence languages. Even now there may be some systems which work on Lisp. Since Lisp is an extremely powerful language, you can program just about anything in it. But however, the tendency in programming over the years has been not the expressive power of the language, but more about the human convenience of programming. Okay, so that's how we have come up with Python, and in Python the language constructs are very powerful and more easily intelligible to the human beings who are making the programs. Okay, so that is the progress in the programming languages. Next thing is that when the AI started, amongst the early things which people wanted to have was that it's called as a general intelligence, general AI. Okay, so general AI would be that it can try to mimic a human being in different environments. Okay, although they started with that, but then they found that it's extremely difficult. They thought that they will solve NLP in some 10 days, because they in a few years. But till now, NLP is one of the most difficult domains of AI, which is still having a lot of research. Then in those days, they started off with the speech recognition. Okay. how many of you know one of the great stalwarts of the speech recognition, and that is Professor Raj Reddy. Okay, he is a person from India, and he is at the Carnegie Mellon University, and he is the one who got the Turing Award. He is a Turing Award winner for his contributions to automatic speech recognition and to systems. So nowadays, there is something which is called as a new test of intelligence, which is called as the Raj Reddy test for intelligence. In that, it is that not just a computer system, but a combined team of humans plus computer systems, how well they are performing the difficult and the grand challenge problems which are there in computation. Okay, so that is a progress which has taken place in the domains of AI. However, what happened was that in the late 80s, there was a lot of application of the early systems of AI. In fact, expert systems, they were called as expert systems. Expert systems were there to design the model, to help design a computer system for prescribing antibiotics, that is called as the mycin system, and all such things. But however, after that, there was what is called as an AI winter, meaning that people did not think that AI can actually do anything useful. But what happened was that the developments on artificial neural networks, the origin perceptron, that is a trainable computational machine. Okay, trainable computational machine, that is the perceptron, which was developed in the late 1960s, which was modeled behind the artificial neuron of Hebb, of Hebb. So like that, the artificial neural modeling took place, which then later on led to the developments of the deep neural networks in the 1990s, okay, late 80s and 1990s. So this has led to the present situation. How many of you know that in 2024, Nobel Prize in Physics has gone to people from the domain of artificial intelligence, basically that of the deep network, the neural networks, the pioneers of trainable systems and neural networks. So that is 2024 Nobel Prize was awarded to Geoffrey Hinton and John Hopfield. These are the people who were the pioneers in the neural networks in the late 80s. Okay, and not just in physics, in chemistry also, those people who have modeled the folding of proteins by computational methods and using AI methods, that is John Jumper, Demis Hassabis, and David Baker. Okay, so this is behind, they're beyond this computational system which is called as AlphaFold and the variations of that. That is a revolutionary thing in which, the protein structure predictions, because proteins are everywhere, and our human existence depends on the drug discovery, and all such things depends on the protein folding and things like that. Okay, so if you wish to know, this is the deep impact which the intelligent computing has had, which is in the domain of the present conference, that is the Intelligent Computing Conference. There are some other developments which I would just like to touch upon, which have led to the present domain. That is, I think so, almost everyone has been using ChatGPT. All right, but what was the foundation which was there behind that? Okay, so the deep neural networks, the first deep neural network was by the Japanese Fukushima. He developed what is called as the neocognitron. Neocognitron was modeled behind the number of cells and the way the cell processing took place in the retina, and it was built with a specific purpose of being able to recognize digits, that is handwritten numerals and digits. Okay, so but then from neocognitron it led to development of convolution neural networks, CNN. Okay, so that and then there was AlexNets, and so many developments took place in the deep neural networks. Okay, other big development which took place, which led to the formation of the ChatGPT and all that, and the large language models, is what is called as recurrent neural networks. So recurrent neural networks are able to model state, because all NLP methods depend upon a sequence of tokens and their context. So word in context is captured through the recurrent neural networks. And so that's how very large developments in hardware, the trainable systems which are developed by NVIDIA and all, that led to the present situation of where you have chat GPT. Okay, so that in a nutshell is about the domain of intelligent computing. In this conference is now into its 9th edition. I salute the hard work done by the conference founders, particularly Dr. Solanki, who has been behind it, is the force behind it for quite a few years, and he has continued it and continued to keep it at a good quality. Okay, not just about number of papers or number of people, but it's about the quality of the conference. So I congratulate him on continuing that, and he can, thanks to our visitors from overseas, this association may be growing. Okay, and with that, I wish all the best for this conference. I thank the organizers once again, the Stanley and all the principal and everyone behind that. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. Now, I request our chief guest to please release the souvenir of today's 9th International Conference on Research in Intelligent Computing and Engineering 2024. I request Rakesh Reddy, sir, and Pradeep Reddy, sir, to please join for the release. I call upon Dr. Shivani Yadav, Associate Professor from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering and the co-convener of today's event, to propose vote of thanks.
Good morning, one and all. I, Dr. Shivani Yadav, Associate Professor and co-convener for today's event, is delighted to propose vote of thanks. I am thankful to our honorable chief guest, Dr. Atul Negi, Sir, Dean, HCU, for accepting our invitation. I owe thanks to our esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Nguyen Honson, for his gracious presence to our conference. I thank our esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Midhun Chakrabarti, sir, who is also my co-supervisor during my PhD. Thank you for your presence, sir. I'm thankful to all the keynote speakers and session chairs who have found their valuable time and gracious presence today for the conference. I am eternally thankful to our beloved correspondent sir, Sri K. Krishna Rao Garu sir, for unconditional support. I am thankful to our management, directors, Sri Pradeep Reddy sir and Sri Rakesh Reddy sir for their support and guidance. I am eternally thankful to our Dean, Dr. Vinay Babu sir, Director R&D, Dr. Vishnuvardhan Reddy sir, and our Principal sir, Dr. Satyaprasad Lanka sir, in overseeing the conference. The wholehearted thanks to our program chair, Dr. Solanki, and Dr. Swapna ma'am, the convener and the co-convener, Dr. Karthik, and all the HODs and the committee members for their continuous support. My love and thanks to my student volunteers and the audience for your cooperation. Thank you, and I wish you all a successful and inspiring conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Shivani ma'am, for proposing the vote of thanks. Now, I would like to request to the head of the department, Professor Nguyen Hong Song, to give a souvenir from the Hanoi University of Industry to our beloved correspondent and secretary, Shri Krishna Rao Garu sir, please. Yes, please. It is a custom in their institute to give a souvenir. Yeah, please give. Thank you, sir. Thank you. No problem, no problem, no problem. This is boss. No, it's okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
I request our correspondent sir, Krishna Rao sir, to present a memento to the chief guest. To the guest of honor, Nguyen Hong Son. And the moment of presentation to the guest of honor, Dr. Midun Chakravarti. So thank you so much. Let us all join for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उत्कल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे जय हिंद.
So a small announcement, there is a high tea being arranged outside the Chittambar Hall. I request everybody to have it. Thank you. After the high tea, I request everyone to join E-Block Seminar Hall for the keynote session 1 in 10 minutes. There is keynote sessions going on in E-Block and C-Block Seminar Hall within 10 minutes. Thank you.
Keynote session is there for 45 minutes. I request you all to cooperate. Please lock the door from inside.
హలో మేడం ఏమైంది నుసుకొని రాలేదా ఈరోజు
Professor in English, HNS Department, once again invite you all to the 9th RISE 2024 International Conference at Stanley College of Engineering and Technology for Women. I take the privilege of introducing our first keynote speaker, Dr. Sudhan Jha. With over 23 plus years of combined teaching, research, and industrial experience, Dr. Sudhan Jha is a senior member of IEEE and a professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Kathmandu University, Nepal. He is a lead researcher of the IoT R&D lab at Kathmandu University. His previous affiliations include KIIT University, Chandigarh University, Christ University, etc. He was technical director at Nepal Television, Principal at Nepal College of IT, and individual consultant at Nepal Telecom Authority. Sir is dedicated to advancing higher education quality and actively works on smart platforms. His extensive research portfolio comprises of 85 plus SEIE indexed research papers and book chapters in international peer-reviewed journals and conferences. He serves as a co-editor-in-chief in an international journal. He also serves as a guest editor for SCIE, ESCI, Scopus Index journals. With 3 patents to his name, he has authored and edited 7 books on cutting-edge topics in IoT, 5G, and AI published by Elsevier, CRC, and AAP. His research has also secured funding for 2 international projects. Additionally, Sir contributes as a keynote speaker at more than 40 international conferences. In addition, he has also delivered faculty development programs, short-term training program, and workshop in national and international conferences and universities. He holds certificates in microservice architecture, data science, and foundations of artificial intelligence. His primary research interests encompass quality of service in IoT, enabled devices, neurosophic theory, and neurosophic soft set systems. Thank you, sir. I now request Pallavi ma'am to welcome sir onto the dais with a bouquet. I now request sir to enlighten us with his keynote.
Hello, hello. Hello. Am I audible? Am I audible? Yeah. Yes. Good morning, everyone. And to start with, thank you, Dr. Solanki, Dr. Vijender Kumar Solanki, who has been kind enough to organize such a successful event. And I'm honored and privileged to be a part of this conference as a keynote speaker. And just to start with, getting every day, lots of conferences are happening around the globe. And getting 120 papers, that too in this, 31 papers getting selected and 8 papers from this college itself is a remarkable achievement, because that attracted me. and the acceptance ratio, we have to take care of it, the peer review and all. And I will definitely find a time to go through these 31 papers that have been selected in this prestigious conference. Secondly, it was wonderful visiting over here, Hyderabad. I was the whole day roaming around Hyderabad city, the Minar, the palaces, and the lakes. And thank you for warm hospitality to the entire organizing team. I basically work in Internet of Things and quality assessment of Internet of Things. And I do work in part of model testing and artificial intelligence in my lab. And today I'll be focusing on some aspects that I have been working in the last few years. So to start with, AI, as we all know, artificial intelligence, this two-letter has transformed our entire life, the whole life. The early morning we start with, and till the bed, we go to the bed, we are surrounded by this two-letter, right? So it's in any form. So that is the beauty of AI. But at the same time, we also need to focus on some of the aspects that have become a ruse. So I'll just start with typical examples. AI, I think we all must have used, especially ChatGPT, the large language modeling and all. So I will start with one note that I received recently, that there was an email, and the email was sent from one of the student, and the mail was something like, I'll just make an overview of that email. It was a 4-paragraph. The first paragraph was something like, respected Professor Dr. Jha, I'm very honored to have your student, and you have been he was beautifying me like anything. So that was the first paragraph. In the second paragraph, he mentioned that he was suffering from some health issues. So he was making a background study of what has been happening to him from last 10 days. In the third paragraph, he appraised himself. He says that I'm a brilliant student, and I am an honest student. I'm a very sincere student. And I have been taking your classes from last 4 months without any failure and all. And finally, he came to the point in the fourth paragraph stating that due to viral flu, I am not able to attend your tomorrow's class. So this was a long length email that I had received from him. And I was just going through, it was very exciting, and finally I concluded that the purpose of the mail was that he will not be able to take tomorrow's morning class, 1-hour class. So as a human, and being a regular, we are interacting regularly in labs and in classes. So you could have mentioned only one line, that due to viral flu, I will not be able to attend your tomorrow's class. So the literature was very good, the language was very good, it was perfectly written. So the very next day when I met him, and then I just calculated his way of talking, then I came to know that there was a high difference between what he wrote and how he was speaking. So that was generated by ChatGPT. So he was a master in prompt engineering. So see, my point was the way AI is helping us, at the same time it is making us parasite. And there is another scenario where in one of the export session I was there. So one eminent personality from industry, he appeared in front of the students and he said that, why should I hire you for internship? Why should I hire you for, why I should give you a 6 months training? Because it needs a lot of electricity, space, right? I need to pay for the coffee at your office. I need to pay for the rent that you are coming for the office. I will have to pay the stipend to you for 6 months. And after rigorous training of 6 months, even then, you are not, most of you are not getting as per my expectations or my industry's expectations. So you need to, alternatively, what I can do is, I will just go through Perplexity, I will go through I'm just taking the common names that we have been using in our day-to-day life. I go through Gemini, I'll use ChatGPT, I'll use some other AI tools. I'll just ask them to generate the codes for me. I'll check their optimizations, I'll check their memory complexities and all. And then I'll evaluate them. And as a project integrator, what I'll do is I'll integrate those all codes, and finally I'm happy. So instead of those huge investment for 6 months, why not to opt for these AI tools which are giving me the codes, we are generating the codes, and we are solving my complex problems within a matter of 1 minute or 2 minutes. That helped me, my company, to save money in terms of business, save time, and everything. So that was his question, why should I hire you? So yes, so these two AI letters, they can give you those problems bounded within that LLM, rather, in a general term. But the creativity and the problem solving techniques with the aspects of all the happenings or all the constraints or all the CSPs that we are talking about, that can be generated by human only. That is where we are different than AI. So keeping that in point, I'll start my today's talk. So day by day, we are in an era of AI, as I have said. So the use of data is getting exponentially increasing day by day. The more the data is being used, the more the data is being processed by the algorithms, the complexities are high. And at the same time, we have two issues, right? So one issue is the more the data you use, the heats concern are there. So we need to put it into the coolants. We need to keep it in a very cold environment. The second one is the supply of the electricity. So since in some of the news I have seen that there are some symptoms of recession. So what we can do for the AI as a researcher, as a student, because I see most of the young faces over here. So not only to go with the programmings, not only to go with the different technologies that are existing today, we need to think of the future of AI, where we can lead, where we can go for some new algorithms, some new technologies that can give a boost to the future problems that are coming through AI. One is your data centers. Why to go with LLM if you are capable in good programming and good if you can analyze the time and space complexity of an algorithm? We can even go for small language models. We can find out the small problems. We can just see what is happening around and how these problems can be solved more technically using AI. Then we can definitely come across our own small language models. Those small language models can help us to at least process data in a small scale, and then we can go for the good data centers. We can go for a coolants, and we can choose environment, and we can go for data centers. That is number one. So a second one is the dependencies of AI has led us to parasitic. We are getting more parasitic. I doubt after 2 or 3 years, if I ask any one of the students what is 10 multiplied by 10, then he will directly ask to the ChatGPT, not even to the calculator. If I ask some scholar to tell something about your country, then he will go and make a prompt to the ChatGPT, to the AI tool. So in order to avoid that, we have to reduce these dependencies. One more thing is there. So in one of the research that was been published not more than 6 months back, there was a research paper that was very viral throughout the social media. That paper was written by ChatGPT. That paper the literature survey was done by, so not ChatGPT, I apologize. That was done by AI tools. The entire discussions were done through AI tools. Conclusion was derived from AI tools. The references sections were taken by AI tool. And finally, there was a novel and contributions it was claiming through that paper. But that paper was nowhere a human intervention, human contributions was there. So this is where we are leading to. So I think there are something that I would like to mention over here in the next 30 to 35 minutes. I'll be basically focusing on AI automation, as I said right now, and then CSP, the consumer service providers, that the bandwidth that has been a good hot topic in the telecom industry. So So consumer service providers. Now switching from AI to telecom is something different taste, right? So I have been working in some of the projects related with telecommunications where the industries are running behind making happy, the customers making happy in terms of cheap data rates and all. But the problem there is the revenue generation of the telecom industries are degrading. They are coping with the telecom industries are coping with one of the factors related with revenue, that is the bandwidth, that is the data that they are availing to the end users. And the second one is AI automation. So how this AI is going to help in terms of the revenue generation and in terms of quality services to the end users, to the society as a whole. So CSPs, they started the CSPs, that is consumer service providers in telecom industries. They started remarkable growth in 1990s and went up to 2020 was a high peak point. And very less talks were there about AI at the time. But current forecast states that 3% of year-on-year revenue growth from 2023 to 2020, that is from Moody's 2022's paper, states that only 3% growth has been predicted. That means that they are currently a kind of fat beat pipe that providers have. They are limited to this concept only. That means they are only availing, they are only generating their revenue generation is based on this data or bandwidth only. So of course the 5G is already there and 6G is going to be deployed. So there is a high hope in terms of revenue generations for CSPs. So this shows that the revenue from mobile services between 2006 to 2013. This has been taken from the real-time survey done by one of the telecom INGO. So here you can see that the red color is the main source of revenue. The green is a smaller contribution from text messages. So very less things has been done in SMS. Today we move to Viber and WhatsApp, more preferably on the WhatsApp. So the blue one is a steady revenue from fees. The purple one is very small impact, that is on mobile telephony. So instant messaging, instant calls that have been done through online, they have been preferred more. So revenue generation has been exponentially degraded over here. So this started declining from the year 2008 onwards, and the main regions were one is SMS, the other one was drop in traffic in terms of mobile communications. So end-to-end call. Oh, sorry. So now the problem is there is an modeling between the telecom service providers and the end users. What is missing is there is a third-party utility, third-party domain that has to be taken care of. For example, if I provide you the data, so there should be a model that signifies what kind of data, what kind of, for what purposes you are going to use the data. It may be for your end purposes, end user perspectives. So there are some other objectives for which the data are being used. So those small entities, for example, you have so much of social media contents that are being generated day by day. Why not to segregate them and put them into one basket in such a way that since you are generating the money, why should I? Why should I not? So if I'm selling you the data for professional purposes, for the business value purposes, then it has to be taken care of separately. So if you are the end users, I don't mind. You will get 2 GB of data per day with a 100 rupees or 199 rupees subscription rate per month. No problem in that. But if you are using the data for some business perspectives, then you have to pay accordingly. You have to take that note that you have to sign there. You have to mention that yes, I'm going to use your data for business perspectives, and then I will go and pay. That can be one perspective for the telecom providers. Now, clear why I'm saying this one is see, there are so many pros of AI and there are so many cons of AI. One of the cons is data biasness. So one of the cons is data biasness. The other one is the social media contents that needs to be monitored very, very seriously. And there are lots of news coming around. We must have heard through them. So data biasness is something like, if I ask you, if I'm just going to the live example that happened some 6 months back. A doctor marries, I'll just give you an example. A doctor marries to an engineer because she was beautiful. Or doctor marries to an engineer because she was beautiful. Now the question is, who was she? Can anyone tell me? A doctor marries to an engineer because she was beautiful. So who was she? So by default, I mean, most of you will say it's a doctor, right? Well, isn't it necessary that it should be an engineer? An engineer can also be beautiful. An engineer can also be a female. But at that time, the AI tool delivered an answer saying that she was a doctor. And why it gave that reason? Why it gave that answer? Because it processed the past data, and where it found that most of the females are doctor. So it came to the conclusion that a doctor marries to an engineer. Who was she? She was a doctor. Now the second one is, there was a vacancy announcement in a company. It happened in a real time, and they did everything through AI tool. So thousands and thousands of CVs might have been collected. They processed, they shortlisted them. They came to the final interview, and finally, for the post of that was a open call for the post of manager. So a guy was selected for that post. Then suddenly there was a case filed against that vacancy announcement. After a long investigation, it found that it was a biased decision because the most prominent and suitable candidate was a female. So the problem was there in the selection process, which was done by AI tool and which went to create a data bias, right? So it understood that previously all of those were male, so it came out with the male profile that got finally selected. So these things are happening, and there are social media contents. A lot of people are generating social media contents in the way they think of, and they have positive and negative impacts. But let us talk about positive impacts. So lots of businesses are being generated, lots of revenues are being, people are earning a lot. So in one way or the other way around. So how this AI can go and interfere in these CSPs? So very less work has been done over here. People have started working on this. So there are some models that have been discussed, that have been published. Am I making you bored, or you are following me? You are following me? Okay. So actually when I speak, I forgot to move on the slides. So the companies are not earning more because they might be offering data at lower prices. You as an end user, you are happy with this one, right? The cost of providing data has increased. So that is why it is called data beat pipe. Then what CSPs can do, I'll just brief it. So for internet entertainment services, if you're purchasing the data for entertainment services, then you need to go for the extra subscription, specific subscription. This is not for you. This is for the people who are going to generate the revenue by purchasing the data through internet, for the internet services. Then cloud storage is there. You can obviously go for pay-as-you-go model. So it's very hard to migrate from cloud, AWS cloud, to other clouds, right? Because they have a restrictions. They're not exactly restrictions, but once you are using Amazon Web Server, Amazon Cloud Services for last 10 years, it's very difficult to migrate to the other cloud services and start your business, doing business over there. You can apply that model to here. Security features are there, smart home solutions are there, health and fitness apps are there. So there are lots of fields where we can think of this model to go with. So this is what is there. In short, we need to identify the intermediate components that are taking more business-oriented advantages in between end users and the telecom service providers. So now, this slide I would like to share with my students who are keen to work on the research. See, when you start doing research, what exactly is a research? There are lots of talks going around. So what is a research? Something novel idea that comes into your mind and you want to explicitly justify that idea, it's a research. Research can be anywhere. It can be anytime. It can be for any purposes, right? Yes, it should be for the social benefits. But that is a research. Now, where we are moving towards, we talk a lot about ML, we talk a lot about model testings in AI, we talk a lot about programmings and all. But I think there are some area where we can work more, by identifying a behavior of a person, by knowing how he works. Something like a sentimental analysis, behavioral analysis and all. So there are lots of things that can be done, especially after post-COVID, because companies are investing. Why I am saying this all is, it's not necessary that you go and do the employment, you go and do a job in your companies. Rather, what you can do is, you can think of creating the job by yourself. Or why not to hire 10 or 20 people under your leadership? That can be a good, I think that is better than going to a company and do a job. Then we have predictive analytics. So a lot of churn predictions. Then demand forecastings are there. We talk about yellow algorithms. We talk about UOI algorithms, which can be which have been used extensively by the researchers for real-time object detections and tracking. So there we have a high scope. These all are related with AI, right? So then network optimizations, as I said, it is connected with the CSP model that I was talking about. So how to optimize network utilizations, how to automate network management, how to go for the fault prediction and maintenance. So this is how AI in telecom, these all are there. So I don't want to go with each and everything. Yes, there is an AR and VR. So there has been a high talk about AR and VR. Today people do not need to go to, suppose you want to go to take an admission in your masters in some universities, you don't have to go there physically. You can have a AR and VR and you can check. It's something like, you will feel like you are inside the university as well, right? But on the other side, when you talk about the revenue generation, there are lots of things related with this one. And of course, this is related with the bandwidth. It requires high amount of data. The AI tool can automate these all data management, data uses at one end and suggest to the providers that yes, here you can generate the revenue, and here this is for end users, and there is no need to go for the revenue generation. So marketing, I think you all know it. So I would go for another one, that is LoRaWAN. So long range wide area network. It's a technology. And this technology is something, I recall this, I define this technology as using internet without having an internet, right? So because I am from Kathmandu, I am from Nepal, we are geographically kind of disabled country. We have lots of mountains and hills, and only 20 to 25% of the country lands are cultivatable, they are farmable. So, and you must have been hearing in the news that every 2 or 3 months we have an earthquake, we have a huge floods going around the country, and there are other disasters, natural disasters that are happening. Due to this kind of natural calamities, the towers break down, and it's very difficult to share the data, transfer the data, share the information. Share the alert systems will not work there because of no data, no communications, no connectivities. So this LoRaWAN technologies can be very helpful, and we have started working on this one. Now in this talk, what I would like to mention to my young graduates over here, those who are willing to work on new technologies, this can be one of the good technology to work upon, and this can give a good impact on the natural calamities that are happening in those places where the places are naturally, geographically disabled, right? So this one is there. Then we have connected it, and somehow it has been successful over there. So these are some of the places where, see, if I ask you, I'll come to that slide first. So these are some of the areas where we can use LoRaWAN, and it gives a tremendous impact on the problem that has been detected. So this LoRaWAN technology, the CSPs and the telecom industry. They can combine, they can collaborate with each other to come up with partnership opportunities. Data monetizations, of course, it is there. Okay. Why I have focused on LoRaWAN is, if you can create your own data centers, you can create a huge amount of revenue. The example is Norway. Since I'm from Nepal, I'm focusing on this because this has a huge impact on our society, our country, our places. Norway itself is generating $1 billion per year using those data centers, deploying LoRaWAN technologies and other technologies as well, and creating their own data centers. They have allowed researchers and end users to create their own data centers because there are privacy concerns and all, but they are allowed. And since they have a high electricity power, electricity generation is very high in that country, they are able to generate $1 billion per year. That is a remarkable story, and we can take an inspiration from there. So I think I should skip it. I have been asked to complete it within 10 minutes. I'll come to a few things that I have noted during the inaugural ceremony. So, see, we talk about research papers, we talk about a lot of things related with publishing the papers. There are numerous number of papers that are being accepted by journals and conference papers. Of course, here we have a remarkable story. Getting paper published is not a big deal, because once you explicitly justify your novelty and contributions, your paper is going to get accepted. Fine. Now the train is towards your impact score, how much impact score your paper is having. So it's not that you are going to publish your papers in a number, in n numbers, rather than how much of impact your paper has. So there are some ways to metrics systems that gives you the impact score of your paper, or rather citations. So again, people are running behind citations, right? So the citations is also not a matter. The journals are coming out because I'm an editor-in-chief. So now I know that some of the research papers that come across me, they are kind of cumulative work of 4 or 5 papers. No, it's not acceptable. Then there are some papers where they go on, they have a syndicate and they start citations, something like, aap mera kar lo and I'll do yours. Something like, not self-citations. That is also been detected by AI tools. So you have to have a clear problems on your mind, problem statement. You have to be very critical with your research gaps, and then you go for model testing and algorithm designs or whatever things that you want to do in your paper. After that, there are STIX and other parameters, the metric systems that help analyze your paper's impact score. Even then, it is not been cited. So from that metric system, what we can do is, even your paper is published 2 months back, and the other paper that has been published 20 years back, of course, the 20 years back paper may have 200 or 300 or 1200 citations. The paper recently published may have 2 or 3 citations, but that AI tool that has been launched by AI Authenticate, so that can help you to compare the impact score of that currently published paper and the paper that has been published 20 years back. So writing, it's good. After writing, your job is not done. It has to have a good impact, and there are various ways that can be measured for an impact score of a particular research paper, and that also is related with, directly or indirectly, the impact score of a journal. So think critically, think very logically, and try to empower your brain, empower your thoughts onto the paper. Paper means anything, your laptop, your PAM, or I normally prefer for the diary, the way I have written it today. So it's upon you, but it has to be critical, it has to be thought-provoking, and it has to be beneficial for the society. That's all from my side. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Dr. Solanki.
On behalf of Stanley and the entire family from Stanley, I would like to thank Sudhanja sir for a beautiful keynote session, and it was a kickstart for our conference today. I request you, Krishna Rao sir, our correspondent, to please felicitate Sudhanja sir with a token of appreciation. It's an Indian culture, sir. A small memento. Taking the conference proceedings ahead, now we will be having our track 2 paper presentations, which are scheduled. So we will start with that for now.
You are now
You are
muted. Currently the only person in this conference.
म्यूट करो आप, मैं बोलती हूँ.
You are now unmuted.
once online list this only no sir बस निवास रेड्डी ये वाले one only out of 4 one participant has joined.
हाँ.
no mic on करके बोलो. Yes. Yeah, then we can.
Hello.
Ma'am,
Good
voice is
afternoon.
audible?
Yeah, yes, sir, you're audible. You can please upload your PPTs. You have to click on the plus button, sir. Sir,
How
are
can I
you
share
able
the
to upload the
ma'am?
PPT?
How can I share the PPT? You share the shared notes. Notes.
You have the option to share screen also.
How? Share. Ma'am, there is no option to share the screen. How can I share?
So you have it at the bottom.
So you have to click on plus, then upload a presentation. Please click on plus and then click on upload presentation. Then you have to select your file and then I think again upload will come.
Ma'am, it is visible for the PPT, ma'am.
1 second, sir. Yeah, screen is appearing, just one moment. No, sir.
Visible or not?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. One second. It will show 100%, sir, after uploading, if it is uploaded correctly.
Visible to see the.
Yeah. We can see you, sir. Your camera is like on, but not PPT.
How can I share the PPT, ma'am?
Plus,
it
sir.
shows the webcam is on.
Yeah, yeah. Please click on, can you see a plus button at the bottom? Yeah, it's appearing, sir. Gone again.
Comment now it visible, ma'am, PPT.
Yes, yes. Screen share has started.
Hello. So, ma'am.
Yeah, it is coming
PPT,
slowly. Just 1 minute, sir. Okay. It is visible, so you can start the presentation.
these are the contents of this paper presentation. The paper presentation, the paper title was the implementation of the face recognition system for the attendance taking tracking utilizing the K9 algorithm. In this project, I am using the K9 algorithm, ma'am, for the paper presentation. These are the contents of this PPT, ma'am. Now I'm sharing about the main objectives of the paper. There's a key role of the facial recognition. Facial recognition system are widely adopted by various industries such as natural and effective authentication security purpose. In this project, we are using face recognition for the taking of attendance of the students or any organization purpose. For streamlined attendance tracking, the system reusable attendance tracking is institution by replacing the traditional error. By taking the manual attendance, it will get some of errors, some of the duplicates also taken during the taking the facial recognition, take the accuracy of attendance. In this project, we are dividing the four frameworks. First, we create the database construction. We need to create the database of the student facial recognition, ma'am. After creating the database, we are using the face detection. Take the user of the face and detect and train the model using this face, and after recognition, taking attendance updating automatically. It will take the using the local binary pattern and the has cascade classifier. It is used for getting the feature extraction of this project, feature extraction of the images. In this project, we are using the K9 algorithm to get the more accuracy of this project. The total presentation option is directly shared to the administrator through the mail ID. These are the introduction about the project. Face recognition is a computer application that is capable of detecting, tracking, identifying of verifying the human faces from the image or video. And this project involves in the attendance system utilize the face recognition to marks as a presence, time in, and date of the student. When they're taking the attendance, in this time it shows the date and time of the capturing the image. It shows presentation. It covers areas such as the facial detection, alignment, and recognition, along with the development of the web application to categorize the various use cases of the system, such as the registration of the new student, additional photos to train the model. First, we train the model using the some of the images of the users. After training the model, we get the some of the based upon the user. When we start the webcam, it will automatically detect this is a student already registered. It will show. These are the literature survey. These are methodologies. In this project, we are taking the angles, very different angles of the images, ma'am. When the user want to register, during the time we'll take the different angles to store the image of the user. After taking the images, we need to get the extract the images and the integration using some of the techniques such as the PCL and LDP. Using these techniques, we need to remove the noises and reduce the unknown part of the images now. Here, during the low time condition, it will take the photo and release the resolution, take the photos clarity as that. Detailed methodology of this program will in the flowchart, ma'am. This is a flowchart. First, need to start with camera. Start with camera and the image accommodation, crop and resize the detecting faces. During this process, we are using for the LDA technique, ma'am. After that, we are storing the data, everything in the database in a format of Excel sheet. User data attendance, live streaming is the methodology of this project. This is a system implementation. During first implementation, student register. Each student is required to register by providing the necessary details and participating in the photo frame captures such session for data creation. After taking the image of the student, it will store the database. It will database store the database data, and after the database, you will automatically detect the student are registered and his attendance for a particular subject at particular time of that time. After that, we are doing train the train the data. In this project, we are using the local binary pattern histogram. It is used for the extraction of the images. It will convert into the histogram. The face recognition process recognition involving 3 steps. Primary, train the data, and train the recognizer and predictive matching by comparing new histogram to the training set. Real-time attendance tracking. Recognized students can mark as present in the Excel sheet, while unidentified students are noticed and absent. Automated absentee reporting. There are the system implementations. Here we need to find this. First, we need to find the user. Based upon this, we get the user already registered. There's some of the implementation. These are results of the discussions, ma'am. In the first picture, it will show all the students are already registered. It will show the name of the students for the particular you need to store the particular subject option present. Second picture, it will shows the one student who register, another student not doesn't register. Who are registered already train the model, it will shows the already registered, it shows in green color. After taking the attendance of the student, will everything is stored in the Excel sheet, ma'am. There's the graphs we are dating the based upon the user registration. We are in the bar graph here sees the recognition of the correct face. How many faces, and red color shows the fall recognition. There's the conclusions of the project map. These are performance of PCL and DLP, both principal compound analyzing. It will analyze the picture where there is any reduce any noise is present, it will remove automatically. Linear discrete analyzing, it will create the clarity of the image in this project. Importance of during some time we are getting the low time resolution, it will automatically resize the pixel size, everything now. This is the reference we are getting.
Nivas, you're there? Hello? You're there, Ma? Hello? Nivas Reddy, you're there? Have a small question. Can you join? For him is audible? It's unmuted now. Okay. You are able to hear?
You are now muted. You are now unmuted.
Nivas, you're there?
Ma'am.
Am I audible to you, Ma? Can I get response from you? Hello? It's not audible.
Sir, are we audible to you?
You are not audible to us, sir. You're not unmuting yourself.
Can you please unmute yourself? We'll move to the next presentation.
Sir, one second, list. I forwarded you the PPT.
Praveen sir. Praveen sir, are you available with us?
Hi Shweta ma'am, this is Praveen.
Yeah, yes,
Can I
sir.
share my screen?
Yeah, please share your screen.
Praveen Kumar.
Hello, able to
Yeah,
hear?
Yes, sir.
whether
You're
Nivas and
audible.
Praveen, both are from same team?
No, sir. This is Praveen. I'm in a different team.
Nivas is completed, huh?
I hope he is
Hello,
completed.
Praveen, why your
But it
video
was
is
not
not
audible,
coming?
no? So, okay, one second. Sumay, ma'am.
Please start the camera.
Nivas, are you there?
Yeah, Praveen, we are there, but we are not able to see your camera. Can you please start your camera?
Nivas is typing something.
Okay.
Shweta,
Please
ma'am.
And where is the PPT? Is PPT is done, ma'am? Okay. Please share the PPT. Blue tick वाले में थोड़ा सा क्या हमको confusion है.
Praveen, you can turn on your video and you can start presentation. We already got a message from Shweta, ma'am, there.
Okay, sure.
So fourth option, sir, that is screen share option. First is mic, then you have a calling option, then video camera option. The fourth one is screen share option. Click on it and you can share your entire screen.
So, Shweta, ma'am, Nivas is asking whether he has to present again or he can leave. Just see the message and give reply, ma'am.
So, or you can click on the plus symbol. There you have upload presentation, share screen option.
Sir, shall I proceed?
Yes, sir, you can proceed. Please click on plus and upload your presentation.
Switch on your camera. Upload the content.
It is visible, sir. You can go ahead.
Are you able to see my screen, sir?
Yes, yes. We are able to see your screen.
It's visible.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, good afternoon to everyone. So today I'm going to present about the dynamic clock tree balancing algorithm, achieving enhanced performance efficiency in ASIC designs. So nowadays in the world, the VLSI field is rapidly growing, right? So during this ASIC design, we are fabricating multiple chips because of nowadays the chip size are shrinking. Then we are doing the multiple, like a billion transistor in a single chip, right? So while doing this, while achieving this, right, we are doing most of the chips for mobile devices and automations and data centers. So the, and network chips. So these are we are fabricating. So through fabricating chips, it's not a single step process, right? It will be involved the multiple steps. So in this multiple steps, we are going to one specific steps for the physical designs. So we are doing the designing each steps. So in this physical design, we have the multiple steps in this specific also. Okay. So in the physical design, we are doing the first synthesis, then floor plan, then placement, then CTS, route and post route, then sign off. In sign off stage, we are checking all the qualities. So right. So each stage is to be different. So now I'm just elaborate about the CTS, because in the CTS we have the like there is a real clock tree building and the overall chip performance, right? Mostly it depends on the clock tree, how the clock trees work properly, how the skew able to meet, how the transitions, because it depends on everything, the design that clock create, right? So I'm going through the detail what the existing clock tree algorithm and clock tree method will be there and what my proposal will be there, so we can check all the things.
Switch on the dot.
So these are the agenda. I'm just going to further. So our main objective is, right, so this main objective to the algorithm tailored based on this different applications. So this design is implemented, this application for the ASIC design is implemented. We already tested this algorithm. Okay, the dynamic clock tree balancing algorithm is proposed to continuously optimize the clock tree distribution network in the real time. So how the clock tree work in the real time applications. So that was our main concept. So this algorithm actively works to reduce the clock skew and improve the timing precision and power consumption without impacting schedule and the performance, everything, right? That's the main importance. Because while fabricating the chips, we have the particular time, we have the concentrating power, performance, area, and schedule. Because while starting to fabricate chip, the chip come to market on time. If we are not, if we are not in on time, then the total process will be waste. Someone coming to market, then our chip fabrication, the cost wise, everything waste, right? So we welcome that. We have to taking care of all the things, power, performance, area, and schedule. So these are the best paper. I am just referred that. So actually, this how the existing clock tree is algorithm for the low power clock tree synthesis, right? So it will be the power minimization of the local clock tree is addressed in the study using the clustering technique. So we shown the equivalent to the interconnect capacitors and minimization of the tree. So finding the clock buffers required to synchronize the group of sequential, and the location is done by the clustering. Then the cluster denotes the clock buffer is driving each sequential in the cluster. So okay, so these are all these best. I will explain the complete. So overall, so how the existing clock tree will be, right? So overall, the design, the tool, the clock tree trying to balance the skew. So it will be considering all the sync point, not only specific sync point, right? So it will be tool trying to balance all the sync point. Means if we have the one lane transistor, and should be the more or less 10 to 20% the clock buffer should be there. The tool trying to balance the clock buffer, tool will trying to add the more clock buffer, like different flavors, different sizes. Then if you're adding the more clock buffer, then it will be normally clock buffer consuming, right, more powers, right? Okay, so if you are using a more clock buffer, then our power dissipation will be more, right? So we have to avoid them. So other than, so if you're trying to balance the skew with larger or all the sync point, right, sometimes some group is we are able to meet the target, and some other some longest skew or longest flops, right, we are not able to meet the requirements. So that's the reason we are working that we are going dynamic based algorithms. These are our proposed. So main aim is to the dynamic balancing, reduce the skew and power consumption. Okay, to optimize the power consumption, as to dynamic modify the clock tree topology. The proposed system implies region-based clock tree balancing in a clock distribution. So,
I think he's a research scholar. He's a research scholar.
Example, these are the one designed, right? So existing clock tree, what will be do? The tool will be starting the clock point, and it will be once multiple sync point will be driving the design, and that it should be trying to balance the skew, everything. But our proposal, right, that in this CTS algorithm, right, in the design, it's divided into multiple parts, like a multiple like a group of regions, a group of models. Then tool will balance the each group specifically. For this group specifically will do, this group specifically will do, which means the tool won't add much buffers in, because it will be the internal region, right? The tool balance will be easily. So based on this algorithm, right, we can easily meet the skew and latency requirements. Sometimes we are less also we are able to meet. So it will be good for setup and timings, right? So mainly this DCDB algorithm, so mainly based on the region based, but existing one overall design based. So individually modify the clock tree inside the each region. So region based technique and adjust this difference while still meeting the timing requirements. Okay, so the region based, somewhere we are facing the timing violation. We are easily modify the clock, which clock we are able to clock tune in the, so where we need to pull, where we need to push, we can easily address them. But overall design, it will be difficult. Somewhere we are pulling, and somewhere it will be losing the timing violation, right? Somewhere pushing, somewhere impact of timing violation. So that's the reason we are coming to dynamic clock-based algorithm. So these will easily to identify which clock we need to push, which clock we need to pull, and where we need to balance, where we need to minimize. So those things, all the things we can easily understand. We can be able to do the clock. So this inter-region clock skew may affect the clock signal when they move between the region, and which can refuse setup and hold time violations and other timing problems. To avoid clock skew, clock getting cells or buffers are placed at the region boundaries to synchronize the phases of the clock signal as its crossover. By including suitable delays or buffers at the area borders, cross-region skew can be monitored and corrected appropriately. By compromising the measured clock skew against the established threshold, the skew-aware source pulling is one of the DCDB algorithm which identify the clock skew breaches, and the algorithm starts corrective steps when skew violations happen. So normally design what will happen, right? If you are facing skew violations, we are scared to touch the clocks, because when we are touching is somewhere it will be violating. We are not able to trace the proper clock source. So that's the reason we are overcoming that. We are using this skew ever source point in the dynamic clock tree algorithm.
It is actually from track 1, but they got
So these are the literature surveys.
presentation
So I have
cancelled, na? So
gone through all the things.
track 1 now, in the schedule.
So these are the results. What are the existing conventional tree? What are the our dynamic tree? How it's improved? So conventional tree is nothing but there is a lot of tree will be there. Conventional tree, edge tree. Okay, so and the multi-point cities tree. The multi-point cities tree, it will be used for the only the SOC, like a bigger design, some more million transistor count, more million transistor SOC, right? They will be using the multi-point cities. But normally they are using the conventional cities. Conventional cities is part of that is different point. So is there a fishbone structure and fine tree structure and all, right? So this dynamic cities, it will be region based structure. While doing the region based structure, the tool able to meet the latency and the skew or minimize while comparing the proposed method with traditional CTS method. This is achieved through a number of iteration and trial and cluster technique to achieve and target skew and latency while not compromising on the time and power items. This is very important. So whatever we are going through the new optimization, we won't compromise the timing and power requirements. That is main things. So one of the design we are implementing. So what is the difference between the conventional CTS and dynamic CTS? So the result was very compared. So while using the conventional CTS, the launch latency will be the 300 picosecond, like a negative, and capture is 340. So overall skew is 640, right? It will be very huge. Then while coming to dynamic CTS, right, the launch is 40 and capture is 254, and coming to local overall skew is 200. So it will be better. It's compared to conventional, this is more than better, right? Same, we are comparing the power comparison also, right? So, so compared to this result, maybe the power number little was compared to conventional our dynamic CTS, because we are these designs, this algorithm, right? Everything depends on that design, depends on the technologies, because earlier they are using 65, 90 and 45 nm, those on the degree, but now we are working on the 16 nm, 5 nm and 2 nm, 3 nm also. We are going to lower technology nodes. So in the lower technology nodes, again it depends on the instance count, model count. If the big million transistor, big instance count going to the design, right, it's a little bit the power will be drawback happen. So we are trying to overcome this also in the further analysis. So this timing comparison almost good in the dynamic CTS. So conventional CTS minus 42 and dynamic CTS minus 17. This we are talking about only worst negative slack, and this one KNS total negative slack. So this simulation is explained in the PNR tools, especially we have the PNR tools like a Cadence and Synopsys tool. So I'm tested this all the things in the Cadence tool, and the timing variation is captured and provided from the table. We already compared the conventional method. This is one of the case and may not be the same with all design, right? Because these results depends on the design. Because again, I'm saying, see, every design, every clock period depends on the instance count, the timing numbers, result and power, everything. It will be depends on the design. It will be change. It will be modifying. So based on that, how the dynamic series it will be improved. Compared to conventional CTS.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry to interrupt. Can you please conclude?
So while coming to conclusion, so while implementing this algorithm to reduce the clock skew and improve timing and power consumption. From this algorithm, right, timing is optimized while taking care of the skew and latency, but degrading power little minimum. Again, I'm saying it depends on the design. I'm taking the larger design for the reference that is design. It's degrading power, but we are trying the multiple design. So while implementing the low, like a small design and all, it won't degrading power, which is compared to conventional, it will be good. But again, saying it depends on the design. So which is the important part while handling the lower technology nodes and lower power designs, it will be important. So these are the reference I took. Done for my end. Thank you so much. If you have any question, I'll be ready to answer those.
Good presentation, Praveen. Wonderful. I have a small question. As you are going for the cluster based, okay, what was the size of the cluster that you have taken care for the design?
Hello?
Can you hear me? Praveen, can you hear me? I think there's a problem with our side. Can you hear me, Ma? Hello? Yeah, can you hear me, ma? Okay, chalo. That's fine.
Hello, ma'am. Yeah.
You're there, Praveen? Praveen, you are there?
Hello.
Yes, ma. Can you hear me? I think from our side, this is some settings. I think if people have to.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
You are now muted.
Yeah,
You are
tell
now
me.
unmuted.
Sir, any questions or can I end up this session?
I'm audible first.
I'll let you know. I'll just ask them to give a response. I am in the other place. Okay.
Okay,
Event
Shweta.
is going on in seminar hall E block. I'll ask them to give a reply there.
Okay. Shweta, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Are we audible? Manivanan, sir? Refresh करिए फनी सर ऊपर से refresh
Funny, Shweta ma'am,
Manivanan
is
sir,
audible?
are we audible? No. Microphone, sir.
Better to send them Google Meet link.
No Google Meet link, strictly
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, hello.
You are now muted. You are now unmuted.
अब बात करिए मैम.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. Am I audible to you? Sir, am I audible to you? No. Hello? Sir, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, sir. So you can start your presentation.
Thank you. So, how can I say my slide, madam? Yes. Okay. Uh, Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, sir, we can hear you clearly.
Thank you.
Can
Thank
you
you.
please maximize the
So,
presentation screen, sir?
yes. Uh, Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dittan Chen from Phenica University. Today, I'm very happy to share with you our research uh, study with the title Enhancing MRI Imaging Efficiency, a hybrid undersampling strategy for case-based data acquisition. We are the author from Vietnam, from Phenica University, Hanoi University of Industry Electric, our university. So in this study, we focus to the magnetic resonance imaging, and one the most problem in this kind of study is that if you have ever go to the hospital to get the MRIs, we can see that it a time consuming problem. So because it takes a lot of time to get a complete MRI. For example, for the brain or whole the bodies, it takes a lot of time. So the patient feel that it's not comfortable, and when they feel that it's not comfortable, they have some movement, and this movement will lead to the distortion in the results of the MRI imaging. So in this study, we try to propose a hybrid sampling strategy for efficient MRI acquisition. It means that we can set the time for the MRI acquisition. So after that, we will evaluate the performance in the image quality under reduced sampling scenario. In this study, we forgot to reduce the sampling scenario because if we can reduce the sampling time, so we can save time for the patient when they go to the hospital. For the right hand side, you can see that this is the image of the brain, and in order to get the results of the MRI, we need to sample the data in the case space. And from the case space, we need a image reconstruction to obtain the, the, the image in 2D and or 3Ds. Next. So in the previous times, we have the two kinds of sampling. The first one is deterministic sampling. It means that we take every sample in case space, and after that we have a new technical we call that compressed sensing. So if we use the compressed sensing, the total the sample were sampled using the compressed sampling. But we know that for the MRI image, the data focus to the case-based center. So in this study, we need to take the 25% of the sample near the case space, and the other in that 80% of sample we use the random sampling. After we got the hybrid under sampling, we put it to the reconstruction, for the image reconstruction. And for this kind of image reconstruction, we use the non-linear conjugate variant methods. So the key finding of this study that we can combine compressed sensing and deterministic sampling. And because we use compressed sensing, so we can reduce the time for scanning. After that, we analyze the quality of the image reconstruction using the 50%, 25%, or 50% of sample reduction. And the image quality will be analyzed using the errors of Q index matrix. So in this case, I mentioned before, we will combine the random and deterministic sampling for optimal case space acquisition. So in the MRI technical, the measurement were performed in the case space domain, and after that, we apply the non-Gaussian reconstruction method in order to reconstruct the image uh, in the 2D or 3D. So this for the right hand side, you can see the scenario in the case space. If we take every sample here, so we call it full sampling. In order to reduce the times of scanning, so we need to take a number of a sample. For example, if we take the 50% of sample, it means that we reduce the 50% of time scanning. So for the right hand side, you can see that when we apply the case space reconstruction, we can obtain the image of the MRI here. So in this equation, you can see that this equation shows the relationship between the data between the data in the case space and the image. So we can reconstruct the image using the 2D Fourier transform. And for the you can see in this image, you can see that the information of the image they focus near the center of the case space. So this is the flowchart of our hybrid sampling algorithm. Firstly, we set up the radio frequency excitation. After that, we determine the compression ratio. It running from 0 to 1. But in this case, we split it into to R1 and R2. So the R is the sum of R1 and R2, and R1 is correspond with the random sampling, and R2 is for the deterministic sampling. Based on R1 or R2, we can determine the N1 and N2. N1 is the number of the sample in the case space. Based on the R1, and the N2 is the number of the sample correspond with the R2. And in this scheme, we need to avoid the overlap between the random and deterministic pattern. After that, we can adjust the sampling density. We can analyze. So this is the number of data in Kx and the number of data in Ky. And if we have the sampling density in Kx 100%, it means that we take all the sample in the Kx. And if we have the 50%, we only take the half of the number of the data in the Kx dimension. This is the non-conjugate reconstruction from the data from the measurement in the case space. We need to reconstruct the image denoted by MH here in order to tuning the quality of the reconstruction. We need to choose carefully the value of lambda in this equation. So in order to compare the ideal image with the reconstruct image, we we apply the arrow formula as you can see in the right hand side. And also we can use the Q index in order to analyze the quality of image based on the feeling the feeling of the real human. And the value of Q's is running from 0 to the 1. It means if the Q upward to 1, it means that the quality of image is very good. Here, in this you can see the scenario with the reconstruction results in the KX reduction. In the first in the right top left here you can see the number of sample in K space and the reconstruct image. And in this case, for example, 50%, you can see that the number of the sample in the KX is reduced 2 times. So you can see that the quality of the image will reduce. Next, in this slide, we show the performance parameter. In the first column here is a ratio of the kx reduction. 100, it means that no reduction in kx dimension. So you can see the error when we reduce the number of sample in the k space. So the error will increase. And for the third column, you can see the value of Q index. So the similar to the arrow, when we reduce the number of sample in KX, the Q index also reduce, as you can see here. And we can see that. So the reduced sample will lead to the faster scan, but the lower image quality. And you can, in this scenario, we will consider to the 75% or 85% for the good balance between the performance and the time of the acquisition. So for the discussion, you can see that if we apply the contrast sensing approach, we can significantly reduce the acquisition time. But we need to get the balance between the random and the deterministic sampling to make sure that we have the good image in the reconstruction process. So for the clinical relays, you can see that the shorter can reduce the motion of artifact and patient discomfort. And we can apply our approach for the time-sensitive diagnostic application. So for the conclusion, in this paper, we propose a hybrid contrast sensing approach in order to reduce the MRI acquisition time. But we can still keep the image quality in the reconstruction process. And for the future study, we will explore the more CS algorithm for the further quality improvement. And we can apply some maybe deep learning or AI in the MRI reconstruction, and we will step by step to apply our algorithm for the real MRI data. Once again, thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you, Mr. Trin. Very nice presentation. I must appreciate your effort for like finding out the better strategy for the MRI imaging efficiency. I have 2 questions from you. Actually,
Yes.
yeah, 2 questions. Am I audible to you?
Yes.
Yes. First question, what tools you have used for finding your results? Like what you are working for the parallel imaging. So what kind of tools for the programming you have been used?
The tool, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
The tool for the study, yes. So in this study, firstly, we need the data. So the MRIs is very popular right now. You can download
Yes.
the
So-
data from the the data sets from the Google data set or some maybe research center for the MRI. Firstly, we have the data, and secondly, for the contact sensing, we know that the contact sensing were proposed by Lustig from the 2007, and he published he cost the contact sensing code to his website. So every researcher can go to the website to download the code. The code was written both in MATLAB and Python. And in this study, we use the MATLAB programming in order to process the data, in order to modify the code, in order to propose the hybrid approach, in order to reconstruct the MRIs. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Next.
Fine. Second question is like you have even used like case-based sampling. Okay. So, like along with the GRAPPA and the CIPIRNA. So, what is the reason that you have been working for the cluster sampling for the MRI parallel imaging? Why you are not working for the neural networking or something like supervised learning rather than unsupervised learning?
Yes. Yeah, in this study, one of the limitation of this study is that we have not applied any machine learning or deep learning in order to reconstruct the MRI's image. I mentioned in the last slide. In the future work, we will try to speed up the reconstruction times. So in this study, we just focus how to reduce the scanning time, but in the future work, we need to reduce the time in the reconstruction. So you can see that the time is the sum of the data acquisition and the reconstruction time. In this study, we just focus to acquisition time, but in the future work, we will focus how to speed up the reconstruction time. So that's why we have a lot of work to do in the near future.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, fine. And if, pardon, actually, I have one more question. So, actually, when you are showing the analysis of your like accuracy, na, 85% and 50% and all. So, have you compared your proposed strategy with the existing literature? Like whatever the MRI scanning is there, okay, and whatever the existing researchers are doing for the MRI imaging, have you compared your parallel imaging proposed techniques with those literatures?
Yes. In the journal version, we will have the full list comparison. So firstly, we need to compare our hybrid sampling with the fully compressed sampling. Secondly, we need to compare our methods with the fully deterministic sampling. So in this case, because in this case we combine between the random sampling with the deterministic sampling, we can change the ratio between the compressed sensing and the deterministic sampling. In this study, the ratio is 80%, 20%. But maybe in the journal version, we need to analyze the suitable ratio. For example, 70% and 30%. For example, like this. So after that we will choose the most suitable ratio between the compressed sensing and deterministic sampling. After that, we will compare our optimal ratio scheme with the fully compressed sensing and fully deterministic sampling, because this one is the conference version. So I have a limited number of the number of the page, so we cannot show everything we got right now.
Okay. Tan, one more question. Actually, this is MRI images you are using. It's for medical purpose. All your samples, whatever you have shown, everything is images are distorted. Okay, image quality is very poor. How can you use that gradient method? And you are saying 50% also it is 75 and 85% it is producing a good result you are showing. Image quality are distorted, no? So medical images, how can we use like this? Is it audible?
Hello.
Is it audible?
So could you repeat your
Actually,
question?
the
My
question,
internet
yeah,
is not good in
not
the
an
last
issue.
minutes.
Actually, just a small question. Actually, she is asking that whatever the data set you have taken, is this distorted images or the well-known images for your MRI scanning purpose? Means how you are justifying that your work is actually giving that 85% accuracy or 95% accuracy for those distorted images? Like what brain tumor images you have shown, na? So those images are not that clear, or means how much accuracy for those distorted images? Yes. It's okay. Thank you, Mr. Tran. It's okay. We are
Okay. Okay. Thank
yeah,
you.
not
Thank
an
you, madam.
issue. And it was nice presentation. Please include the part of the comparison for other papers. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Mr. Sajid Faisal to upload his PPT. Kalpana, can you make a presenter? Jabbar?
Ma'am, I have uploaded my presentation slide, but I am having a problem, which is I can't present my
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
screen.
One moment. We are giving you permission here. Yeah. We made you presenter. Now you'll be able to upload your PPT, sir.
Yes, ma'am. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Ma'am, I have uploaded it now.
Okay.
Public chat, in the public chat, ma'am.
1 second, sir. Jabbar, you refresh it once. The old PPT has to go, no? No problem. No, he's saying he uploaded his thing.
Actually, first one he has to leave.
That is why if you refresh, no?
No, not refresh. He will leave. He will leave.
This one, Jabbar.
Ma'am, please, can
This one.
you repeat what you have said?
You remove the right. Click
Should
on
I
it.
start presenting?
Remove user. No, click on. He's not presenter, ma'am. Click here. Click. See, make presenter means he is no more presenter. No, if you refresh, I think it will be fine.
Wait.
Ma'am? Yes, he has to upload means. Refresh. He is the presenter. Here symbol is there, ma'am. He is the presenter. Refresh, Jabbar. Reload. No issues.
When he made the presenter, he has to click on that document to present. Maybe 2-3 documents will be there.
You are now muted. You are now unmuted.
Ma'am, have you found the presentation slide?
No, sir, not yet. Have you uploaded it?
Ma'am, I'm uploading it again.
Yes, sir, please. If there is any difficulty in uploading, you can share your screen also, sir. Screen share option will be there.
Ma'am, I have uploaded the document in the public chat.
Yeah. Third paper. No, sir, we cannot see the PPT yet. You can go for sharing full screen, sir. We can only make, ma'am. Jabbar, click on make presenter.
Ma'am, can I present?
No, sir. Actually, PPT is not visible. Can you once again try uploading it? Or you can share your screen better.
Ma'am, 1 second, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Should I?
1 second, right now, please. I'll upload the PPT.
Sorry, sir.
Just wait a minute. I'll upload the PPT.
Okay, sir. जबर मनीवरन सर को प्रेजेंटर बना दो बोल रहा हूँ. He has taken. Sir will upload. Sir, PPT is visible.
Who are presenting, you can switch on the camera.
Sajid sir, you can start presenting. Please turn on your camera.
Yes. I'm starting.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you see the screen? My screen?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Our topic is as follows: a proficient convolutional neural network for classification of bone age from X-ray images. The authors are as follows, and this is me, Sajid Faisal Fahim. Now, moving on to the introduction part. The age of bones indicates an individual's skeletal and biological progression, whereas chronological age refers to the time elapsed since one's birth. Bone age evaluations can serve as a valuable tool in diagnosing various endocrine abnormalities, including precious puberty and idiopathic dwarfism. The document provides an overview of convolutional neural network CNN-based models for classifying bone age, designing an innovative CNN-based system using ResNet and the RSNA pediatric bone age dataset, showcasing ResNet 50's better performance compared to Exception and VGG16, particularly in reducing computational complexity. Now, moving on to the next slide, which is literature overview. We have overviewed some of the documents, whereas DL models. In a 2020 research document, it designed a decision support system based on ML and DL, utilizing RBFCL for certain regions in the hand images and DL models. DenseNet 1-to-1, Inception V3, and Inception ResNet V2 to extract bone-related features, obtaining an MAE of 6.97 months on RSNA.
Hello.
This approach outperforms
Excuse
the
me, sir.
traditional DL. Yes.
Slides are not moving, sir. Full screen you make it.
Hello, sir. I'll assume you presenter. Bottom you'll see the slide number. You change the slide and keep continuing. Which slide, sir?
I'm unable.
You are in which slide?
I'm unable to go to the next. Here is not showing. Yes, it's in the next page. Next page after the introduction. Yes. I'm in the second phase of the YOLO V5. In another 2022 document. In another 2022 document, proposed a hierarchical CNN. No, the previous slide, please. Yes, thank you. YOLO V5 in 2022 proposed in a research document proposed in hierarchical CNN YOLO V5 for BAA using ROI detection and bone score classification on a dataset from Juju Central Hospital from 2,158 X-ray images and achieved an MAE of 6.53 months on the public RSNA dataset and 6.78 months on the clinical dataset, showing competitive performance and beating current fine-grained image classification approaches in PAA, which achieved in the eighth number of research paper. Moving to the next slide, please. Yes, we have collected over 12,000 images, and we have categorized them into two categories, male and female. Our primary data set was manually captured, and secondary was from the internet. Now, please move to the next slide, please. Here is the game changer of our proposed solution. We have partitioned our blocks from into three layer. Into three layer, we have able to classify them and able to propose a single solution defining bone age prediction from layer one, layer two, convolution block, and finally we have the third block where we can finally achieve our desired output. Please move to the next slide. Yes, that we have gathered our data set and performed augmentation, which is flipping and horizontally and vertically. We have rotated them from 90 degrees clockwise or counterclockwise, and for better accuracy, we have performed rotation, which is plus 15 degree and minus 15 degree. And for brightness, we have maintained our brightness from plus 10% to minus 10%. As a result, our ratios were 80, 10, and 10 for training. And secondly, our images were resized into 224 into 224 resolution. Following augmentation methods are performed on the training part of the dataset. Please move to the next slide, please. We have performed different methods here. As optimizer, we have selected SGD, and loss function was sparse categorical cross entropy. Early stopping callback were monitor metric, and max validity accuracy was 30. Max epoch was 230, and our batch size was 15, and our learning rate is 0.001. Please move to the next slide. As a result, this shows our experimental data set and discussion. If we see the VGG16 exception and ResNet 50, our accuracy was ResNet 50 performed a bit better than the other two, 96.46, and its specificity 96.726, as it performed better than the other, in most of them, and as a result, that is why we have come up with a better accuracy. Please move to the next slide. This was the tip of the iceberg. There is still much work to be done, but the operations we have performed, and they come up with the following parameters. Importance of automation. Automating classification is crucial, particularly in countries like Bangladesh. ResNet 50 design. The ResNet 50 model is specifically designed to recognize bone age types in Bangladesh. The model structure is as follows. The model consists of convolution, pooling, conv, pool, pairs, dense, and layers. Performance. ResNet 50 offers high accuracy and reduced computational complexity. The application, the CNN model, shows potential for bone age classification and can be applied in image processing tasks. Potential for further application. The CNN-based ResNet 50 model could be further explored, applied in the broader image processing task. Please move to the next slide. I have concluded my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Good, Sajid. Is it any difference between Bangladesh person X-ray and Indian person X-ray?
I don't think, ma'am, because
You are saying it's very difficult for image classification for Bangladeshis, you mentioned, no?
no, ma'am. We have collected data set from two sources. One is manually, the other was from the internet. There's a huge role in the manually collected data set.
Okay. What is the data set you used?
Ma'am, we have used data set from internet and we have
Internet,
gathered
what
from
data set you used?
manually. No, sorry.
No, from internet, what data set you used?
From the internet, we searched from Kaggle, we searched from GitHub, we searched different research papers.
What is the
where
use of
they propose-
224 by 224 image size resolution you have taken?
Sorry, please.
No. Why you used 224 by 224 resolution you have taken, ma?
Because, ma'am, it performed betterly. As that is why we collected that resolution, because it performed betterly than the previous. There were a few experimentals, but in our experiments we concluded that 224 would be the best, and it was a step-by-step process, trial and errors, and as a result, we concluded that the whole team concluded that 224 resolution would be better for the outcome, and as a result, it performed finally the ultimate objective. It performed betterly than the other.
Mr. Sajid, which course are you pursuing right now?
Yes.
Are you an MTech student or PhD student?
No, ma'am, I am an engineering student from East Coast
Engineering
University,
student.
final year.
Okay, got it. So I just want to ask, how many papers have you been gone through for this work? Means how many papers have you read?
Ma'am, we have collected over 12,000 pictures. But as I said previously, the
Okay.
trial and error, we did not discard anything, but we collected them and performed different experiments, and from that we achieved our desired results. But
Okay.
initially, our data set is over 12,000.
Okay, Sajid.
Part of
So
it is
can
from
you please
manually
tell
collected.
me if my learning rate is 0.001? Okay. So will it be good for my data model? You have just shown us that my learning rate is 0.001 for
Yes,
your
yes.
model, na? So is this a good learning rate?
Ma'am, there is always scope for better approach and better improvement. I have said that previously. There is limitless potential for future work. It can be improved. It can be better for better accuracy and better result.
Okay, so
Afterward-
Sajid, there are 3 suggestions from us. Okay, you just improve your work. First, you need to go through the data set from those images you have taking from the internet. There is the name of the data set, as you are an engineering student and you are working very initially for the research, and it's a good thing. So you just go through the data set. What is the name of the data set? How many features this data set contains? Okay, and after that, how your data model is going for the learning rate, accuracy, and what will be the better. Okay, and you are claiming that RASNet is giving as 96.726, exception is giving as 93.768, and VCG 16 is giving as 92.820 for your data model. But you have not shown what is actually your data model. Okay, so just incorporate all these suggestion in your research, that it will be better for the next time. Okay, all the best, Sajid. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sajid. Next we have Daljit Kaur, ma'am. Are you available? Am I audible to you? Can you please unmute yourself?
Yeah, you can upload your file, ma'am. Click the plus button, browse it, select the file and click upload. The file will be displayed in the screen.
Daljit ma'am, are you there? Yeah, PPT is visible, sir. Please unmute and start the presentation.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Is it audible?
Yes, sir, it is audible.
Good afternoon to all of you. My paper ID is 77 and the title of my presentation is a copy move forgery detection system using deep learning based CNN model and approximation wavelength coefficient.
Can you switch on the webcam?
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Okay. Let's start with the image forgery definition. The altering of images to transmit false digital information is referred to as image forgery. These forgeries may be employed for deception, propaganda, or other bad intention. If we talk about the types of image forgery, then splicing, retouching, and copy move forgery are the various type of image forgery. Splicing means it is a process of using various pictures to produce a brand new one image. Retouching, if we talk about retouching, it is the process of changing the look of an image. Copy move forgery entails cutting, pasting, and reassembling piece of a picture to produce a new one. My detection system is based on the copy move forgery system. A copy move forgery is introduced in images by copying a part of an image and put it into the same image or in other images. For ensuring the credibility of digital images, detection of forgery in the digital images is an emerging research field. If we talk about the application area of image forgery detection system, then we can use it in the military system or surveillance cameras, in the field of forensic laboratory, authenticity of evidences, and also in scientific research. Now talk about my problem statement. The digital picture forgery is one of the often emerging difficulties in the realm of crime. There are currently no precise approaches available to automatically determine the integrity and authenticity of digital photographs. Talk about the literature review. Then for the as a reference for my detection system, I go through the review of the paper of the author Stanley, which suggests a rotation invariant feature based on the root mean squared energy. If we talk about further in the Kunj Bihari Meena's lecture, a novel copy move picture fraud detection based on the tortulant transform. Further, in the Kazi Zhaozo paper, which developed CamuNet in image forgery detection technique. One of the more further literature review of Syed Sadaf Ali, sir, a strong deep learning based method for detecting image forgery in the context of double image compression. Now, my objective is to develop an algorithm for detection of forged part from the image in the minimum amount of computational time. Also to detect a detection system for forged images with maximum accuracy. Now we talk about the methodology. Then I am using the deep learning concept-based CNN model with the approximate image-based wavelength for image forgery detection. In my methodology, the system is made to overcome the drawback of convenient feature extraction technique and to detect forging patterns with high accuracy by utilizing the special power of
Excuse me, sir.
CNN
Sorry
and
to interrupt.
wavelet transform.
Okay.
First, image is divided into equal or unequal size based blocks in the form of matrices. Then for each possible block, we have to find the feature extraction based using the CNN based technique. For each block, AI approximation image CNN model is used, which blend the convolutional neural network model approach with detailed coefficient based wavelength transformation. This is my proposed system in which images, first of all, image is to be processed. In this processing, image is virtually divided into number of blocks. Then this is further transformed to the proposed AI-based CNN model, in which on adding the transforming the image into approximation image, then it passed into CNN model for feature extraction. Then further in the matching of dense field, where each block value is to be compared. If in the image any of the block value is find similar with any other block, then it means that particular part of the image is copied into other part. So that's why it is approximation. If there is no any identification of similar value of each block, then we consider it there is no forgery in the present image. So in this way, I detect the system whether image is forged or not based on the block value, which is actually a feature of each block extracted based on the CNN model. This is the proposed system. First, image processing, which I have already here explained. Then second is feature extraction technique, where first I transform my image to approximation coefficient wavelength transformation, then passed into CNN model. Then third step is matching of dense field, where duplicate rows from feature matrix is to be identified. If it is identified similar blocks value, means image is forged, otherwise image is considered to be original. In this way, we can detect the image into two processes. Software tool which I have used here is the MATLAB platform version latest R2024B. If we talk about my performance of the system, around 86% of the accuracy which I have found here. Further, I am working on it to improve its accuracy. Here, I use the bird image, football image, and a house image for forgery detection. First of the detection result of a bird, which I have found here. Next one is the football ground, where football forged part identified. Two of the forged part here I have identified, and third one is the house, where of the chimneys forge is being detected. Talk about the references which I have took here. Stanley, these are the references where CNN based model for the copy move forgery
Thank you, Ma.
detection is used by other researchers.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Why you didn't use very old references you used, latest references you have to use one thing. Then why you used a feature extraction technique? You are giving input images to your CNN. You
Yes,
are
ma'am.
feeding input images to your CNN. Then what is the
Yes,
use of feature extraction? Wavelet approximation features you extracted, no? What is the use of
Ma'am,
feature extraction?
Ma'am, with the feature extraction, first of all, for the identification of forged image, uh, I have to identify the feature of each block. First, virtually divide my image into number of blocks. Then for each block, I have identified the feature. Based on that feature value, I'm trying to identify whether particular part of image is copied in any of the other area of same image or not.
What is the input of your CNN?
Input is, ma'am, 1 minute, ma'am. I'll open my image. Ma'am, in the pre-processing, virtually divide the image into blocks. That is as the input for the CNN model.
Okay, then your system will work for DALI and Sora images. Also, it will show. It will detect forgery is there or not.
Ma'am, voice is not coming clearly.
No
Can
more
you
generative
please,
AI nowadays. It is
pardon?
generating. No DALI, you heard DALI and Sora also generating an images. Is it possible to identify which are all the images it is created by Sora? What are all the original images? Is it possible to find out using your method?
Ma'am, trying to extract the real-time images also with the system. But right now I'm using the static images.
Okay, number of images
Working
you
on
will improve, number of images you will increase.
ma'am,
You will
at a
improve the
time,
methodology also more. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Daljit. Thank you so much. You can leave.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request the next presenter, Paribartan, sir. Can you please make him presenter? Last second. Make presenter. Manivanan sir is uploading, I think. Manivanan sir, are you uploading the PPT?
No, ma'am, I deleted the previous one. I made Patman as a presenter. Now we can use it.
Okay. Parivartan sir, you can present your PPT. Please upload it. Last. Sir, am I audible to you? Once can you unmute and reply us? Mr. Parivartan.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
I have a presentation at 3:45, so I am going to prepare it. Will you give me 5 minutes, please? It was scheduled for 3:45, ma'am.
Yes, it was scheduled, but since the other participant did not join, how much time will you take, sir?
So, can you give me 5 minutes, please?
5 minutes, okay. It's 3:25, 3:30 will connect, sir.
Okay, ma'am. I will join after 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You are now muted.
Now just say pause the recording. When the session starts, you continue, ma'am. Sumaya, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Kalpana
You
ma'am,
are now unmuted.
Yes, sir, we are there.
that timing I passed it. When the session starts, you again start the recording, ma'am.
Okay, sir, we'll start.
You are now muted. You are now unmuted.
Hello?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, you can upload your presentation, please.
How can we upload the presentation, ma'am? Please help me.
You have to click on the plus symbol. Do you see a plus symbol at the bottom?
Plus, yes, ma'am.
Please click
Okay,
on
okay.
it.
Okay, ma'am.
What options do you get there?
Okay, I know, ma'am. Now I will do it. Ma'am.
Okay, done.
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Parivartan Timal Sinha, and I am a student of Kathmandu University in Nepal. On the behalf of my team, I want to thank all the people in this conference, and we are honored to present our research work on this esteemed conference. The title of our research work is Enhancing Plant Disease Detection through Image Analysis using SST MobileNet V2 and ResNet 50. Our paper ID is 15, and the authors of this presentation are myself, Parivartan Timal Sinha, Suvarna Bhattrai, Sashwat Patel, and Sudan Jha. So, talking about it, at first, talking about the current scenario of Nepal in agriculture. Nepal is an agrarian
You
nation
are
with
now muted.
significant contribution from agriculture. More than 80% of the people in Nepal are engaged in agriculture, and there is also a significant contribution of GDP from it. So it is important aspect to address the challenges in agricultural technology. So because of this, our objective is to develop a model that will be able to do the detection of the plants and the diagnosis of its disease using the deep learning techniques. And similarly, we are also trying to implement the real-time image analysis that will allow the farmers to have the immediate feedback for them on the disease and on the types of disease the plants are suffering, and then also the facilitating the timely decision making for the plants. So uh, mm, and talking about the works that have done in this field, there are numerous work that have been done. Some of them are biological methods such as ELISA, which is used for the biological lab testing. These methods cannot be convenient for detection purpose in the large scale, because they are more expensive, expensive, as well as they cannot be they are also very costly and cannot be used for a million of plants at a time. So we have come up, so there have been an idea of deep learning techniques to detect the presence of disease in the plants. There are numerous deep learning techniques and machine learning techniques such as SPM, CNN, YOLO, faster RCNN, which have achieved a good accuracy and also a significant step forward towards the diagnosis of the disease. But the challenges that lie and the problem that happens in all of these fields are the presence of the background noises, such as the cluttered backgrounds, and in the fields there can be different kinds of other background noises, such as the presence of soils, rocks, and other kinds of noises which can impact the performance of the model and the accuracy of the model. Similarly, when there are a large number of classes in the data set, it can also affect the model. It can also affect the model's performance because of the complexity of the model. Because of all these things, and as I have discussed
Excuse
earlier,
me.
that Nepal being an agricultural country, it is important to enhance the productivity and reliability of agriculture in Nepal. But because of this inconsistent detection due to irrelevant images and misclassification of
Parivartan,
plants, which can
Parivartan, am I
affect the
audible to
correct disease
you?
diagnosis,
Excuse
we
me,
can have a mini
Parivartan.
impact, and it can also hinder the growth of
Parivartan,
the agriculture in Nepal. So we have come up with a method of plant disease classification using two steps. That is
Parivartan,
at first it,
excuse
yes,
me. Yeah, sorry,
yes,
sorry to
madam.
interrupt you. You are very high speed and high space, and really appreciable. So, can you please just elaborate your experimental work, what you have done so far, and the results, and just come over because we are like lacking of the time. So, just come
Okay,
over
ma'am.
your experimental
I'm
results.
coming to that, ma'am. I'm
Yeah,
coming to that.
sure. And
Okay, so
yeah,
so
right.
now what we have, our proposed model is that we have used a two-layered architecture, in which at first layer we have used the plant leaf detection. In this layer, what we will do is only detect the leaves of the plant, and for this we have used the SST mobile net V2 model. And for the next and in the next layer and the next layer, as our model is of two layer, and in the next layer we have used ResNet 50, which is used to detect the type of the disease associated with that particular plant. So how our model works is that, at first we will get the image of the plant, and what we will do is at first we will run the SST mobile net V2 model. And when running the SST mobile net V2 model, what we will do is we will get the only the clipped portion of the image that is relevant to us, eliminating all the background noises and all the other parts from the image. So it will help, and when we will get the cropped portion of the image from the SST mobile net V2 model, then we will pass the cropped portion of the image in the ResNet 50 model, by eliminating all kind of background noises. And after doing this, what happens is the model will be less complex. And for individual plants, we have trained the individual models. So what will happen is the type of plant that have been detected in the SST mobile and V2 model will then be proceed forward for the type of plant that is the type of plant disease that is to be detected in the ResNet 50. And then we will do the classification of the type of disease related to the plant. So why we have used SST mobile net V2? It is mainly because that SST mobile net V2 has a low memory requirement, and since this model will mainly run on the mobile devices, it should run on the constant environment. So it will justify that. So because of this, we have a justification that we have used SST mobile net V2. Similarly, the speed of the model and the efficiency also will be satisfactory and measurable for this detection. And because of this, we have reused plant detection model. And for the leaf classification, and after detecting the type of leaf of the plant, we will then go to the classification of the leaf, and it is done using the ResNet 50 model. The purpose of using ResNet 50 model here is because it solves the problem of vanishing gradient using the concept of skip connection and residual networks. And by this, all the
Parivartan, can you please
input
come
features
on
will
the
also be
result?
maintained, and then we can achieve high
Yeah,
accuracy in the
please come
classification
on the
task.
result.
Now, talking about the results that we obtain after training our model, for the plant detection model, we achieved an overall loss and total loss of 0.5%, which is satisfactory. And the metrics that was used for accuracy was a map score. We achieved a map score of 60.91 percentage. That can be termed as a satisfactory, as our model need not to be more complex in this field. And for the map score, we have taken the average map of all the 9 classes of the plant detection that we have used. And similarly, for the detection of plants. After classifying the type of leaf, we have trained the individual plant model for. And when we compare, when we take the took the average model accuracy of the individual plant model, then we achieved 98.3%. And when it was combined for 33 classes of labeled data set, it was achieved for 94.7%. And from this we can say that when we remove the background noises, and when we only focused on the relevant parts of the plant, we can achieve a good model accuracy of 98.3%, which can overshadow 94.7%. Similarly, the same statement is also make validated by the loss and F1 score. The F1 score is the combination of both precision and recall, which is achieved good for the individual plant models, which is combined. And we can also see it through the loss plots of the individual plant models. And when we so what we can say is that when we train a model by all the 33 classes in the same model, we achieved a very low accuracy compared to the one where we clip the background noises and then train the model using the ResNet 50 train the model using the ResNet 50 for the individual plant detection model. So this validated our research. And after saying this, the strength of our model is that it can achieve a high accuracy in both detection and classification. And also it can be used for the real-time image analysis using the camera feeds. But there can be also some limitations, like the camera should be of the high quality, and also it should be also dependent on the label data set. Means that if there is some kind of class imbalance or any kind of non-label data set, it can also impact the model's performance. So and on conclusion, what we can say is this can be a very good model, and I step forward for leveraging the agricultural technology in Nepal, and this model provides a reliable plant detection and disease diagnosis mechanism. So we can also by using this model, we can also address the key challenges in agricultural technology. So in the future, what we can do is we can integrate the more number of species of plants and diseases, and also integrate some of the weather factors and environmental factors. So thank you so much, and now I am open to the questions or any kind of queries. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Parivartan. A very nice presentation. I have one question only from you. Okay.
You are now muted. You are now
Hello?
unmuted.
Am I audible to Parivartan?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Parivartan. Very nice presentation and very fast presentation. So, yeah, actually, just I want to ask, what is the motivation that you have chosen the SSD MobileNet V2 for all these agriculture crops for your research?
Ma'am, we intended to use this model for the mobile devices. So when we researched on that, we went through different kinds of models like YOLO or faster RCNN or any kinds of other models. So what we got is that YOLO, so SSD mobile at V2 can be run on mobile devices with significant accuracy, and also with the greater speed.
So,
And also
no, Parivartan. I'm just asking, like, if you are working on a model, so why you want to run those model on mobile device? You need to just work on a app and integrate that model. Why you are actually working for the mobile device for this model for simulation purpose? Because if there are the users who are the farmers, because it's a like of agriculture work, and the main users and the customers are the farmers, okay, they don't need like whatever the model is there, whatever the thing is there, they don't concern with the technical thing, na? So why you are emphasized with the mobile net V2? Because I need not to care about the mobile simulation.
So, ma'am, it is mainly because the mobile net uses very low. It has very low memory requirements, and also it is speed. It has greater speed for the real-time analysis of the images. So it was mainly because of these two reasons, ma'am.
Actually, see, you are not getting my point. Are you working your model on the mobile device directly?
Yeah, ma'am, we are training the model, and we are saving it as
So
a
means
DF like
whatever the research you are doing, you are just doing this research on your mobile?
No, ma'am, no. It is not that. We have intended our model to use for the farmers. So we thought that it can be used. It can be used in greater extent in the mobile devices. So we chose SSNet mobile net V2, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Second thing is like from where you have taken the data set. You told us that camera is there and so many strengths and weaknesses there. So what kind of things you have embedded in your research that you need the camera, and how you are taking the data sets?
So mainly we used our data set from the Kaggle plant village
So
data set,
if
ma'am.
there is the
And
Kaggle, then why you need the camera?
sorry, ma'am.
If you had taken the data set from the Kaggle directly, okay, your data set is from the Kaggle, okay. So why have you mentioned that camera quality is not clear or something?
Sorry, ma'am. While testing the model and while the farmers will use this model in the real time, then if they don't have a good camera quality, then it will affect the model's performance. I told that, ma'am.
So your model is able, after completing this research, your model will be able to detect those crops directly from the mobile camera.
Yes,
Is this
ma'am.
thing?
Yes. So I said that.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Parivartan. Very nice work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Parivartan. Good afternoon, one and all. We have come to the conclusion of the second track of the seminar hall. So track 4 is completed now. I would like to thank both of our session chairs, Dr. Aditi Sharma and Pragati ma'am, for being with us throughout, and also Vaidehi ma'am. Vaidehi ma'am, please take seat for 5 minutes.
Uncle, switch on your camera.
Yes, sir?
Uncle, switch on the camera, ma'am.
Camera. This one, video cam. इधर है. नहीं, ours camera only. I request Aditi ma'am to please come up on the dais. I request Pragati ma'am to present a memento to the madam. I request Vaidehi ma'am to join us, please. Yes. Yeah, we'll join for group photo. I request all the faculty members present here to please join for the photo.
So slightly adjust the camera, ma'am. Now it's okay, ma'am. Now it's okay, ma'am. It's it.
Photo with the volunteers. All those who are present in the hall can join us. Make it fast, ma'am. Make it fast. We are waiting for the keynote session. Please, all students come. Some first year. I don't remember the others you will do. Girls, please settle down. Volunteers, please ask the students to join for the keynote session.
Soya ma'am? Yes, sir. Let me stop recording, ma'am, and we will just end the meeting. Again, we will freshly just open the same link when the session starts.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Everyone's attention here. Now we'll have keynote session. I request Radhika ma'am to please come up and introduce the speaker. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sumaya ma'am. I, Dr. Radhika, Associate Professor CSE. I am very glad to read before you Dr. Abdul Qadir Jilani Biodata Sirs. Dr. Abdul Qadir Jilani, a distinguished academician and professional in computer science and engineering, holds a PhD from Rayalaseema University and Masters in Information Technology from Punjab University and Masters in Computer Applications from Bharatidasan University and specialization undergraduate program from Usmani University in specialization with electronics. Currently serving as the head of the Department of Computer Science at the University of Technology, Bahrain. He has extensive teaching and administrative experience, including roles at Majma University, the University of Nijwa, and Deccan College of Engineering and Technology. With certifications in IC3, CEH, and CHFI, his expertise spans cybersecurity, machine learning, digital forensics, and software engineering. Dr. Jilani has contributed significantly to ABET, BQA, NCAA accreditation committees and developed a circular for AI, data science, and cybersecurity programs. A prolific researcher, he has authored over 25 papers in reputed journals such as IEEE and Springer, focusing on IoT security, machine learning, and groundwater modeling, and holds a patent in intrusion detection for IoT-based electric vehicle charging system. He has led several funded research projects and authored books on topics like web technologies and e-commerce. Dr. Jilani is also a seasoned workshop facilitator, having conducted training in robotics, network security, and Java development. We are very glad to have a senior academician here in our conference. We welcome you, sir. I request Asma ma'am to present the bouquet, please. Thank you, Sumaya ma'am. Over to you.
Can switch off the lights, this one. Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for invitation. I'm really thankful to the management and Dr. Vijay for giving me this opportunity to be here with you today. I'm very honored and privileged to be among with you today and attending this RISE conference, and for the opportunity for giving me keynote speaker about the drones today. Thank you very much, and really appreciate all of you with the patience. Since morning, I am seeing that everyone, all the volunteers are running, and then faculties also may be tired until this time. And I know that you have contributed a lot, and really listening again is the biggest task, our biggest problem now. But yeah, I will not take much time, but I will try to give you in as much as less time, the more information I can, I will try to give that one. I'll not go very technically, but at the same time, I will try to give you the best of the best from the drones technology. So you have already got the information or the introduction about me. My actually area of research is machine learning and artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. But yeah, most of the conferences now I have attended recently, many conferences, but I found that everywhere machine learning, deep learning, cybersecurity I heard. So I thought that, okay, let me give some other topic or the area where I can contribute my experiences, and I can elaborate on drones technology. Yeah, so my topic outline is today introduction to classification, and I will take up one case study that is already implemented in National University of Singapore, and the other one case study I'll try to cover, which is Nanyang Technological University in Singapore again. So these two case studies I will try to cover, and then I'll just give some brief about do's and don'ts while using the drones, and then the market potential about the drones, how the future is going to take place, the drones usage or the applications of the drones in society and as well as at the country's level. And then I will just show you the mechanism, communication mechanism in drones, and then the drone to infrastructure communication I will discuss, then the drone security. Again, here again we are with the cyber security things, or we can say that the communication security issues I'm going to discuss. Okay, just to cannot move from here. Okay. Okay, many of you have seen in your daily life drones. Just I want to have some interaction from you. Like all of you have seen drones, or anyone not seen drones? All of you have seen drones. Where you have seen drones? Marriages. Yes. Yeah. For which purpose it is? Photography, perfect. Videography, excellent. Any other place? Any other place? Drone shows, yeah. Drone shows, yes. Generally, when you see the defense, air shows, yeah, not only the planes, but also you have seen so many drones which really attractive are from the defense army and air force. They give the show using drones, right? Well, any other, like what applications you think the drones are used? What applications? Where what else? Like you have seen in your marriages for the photography, and you have seen in the air shows, right? What else? Where else you have seen? Delivering, right? Yeah, perfect. So you can see that there are so many places for delivering of the goods the drones are used, right? Perfect. Any other applications you feel? Surveillance, perfect. Surveillance, like for the security surveillance it can be, or for the traffic surveillance, right? What else you think? Spraying pesticides in the agriculture field, excellent, excellent. We have very good audience, really we need to give the clap for this one. Like they have the best knowledge about the drones, yeah. Agricultures, now they are using the drones see we have like let's say 30 acres of agriculture, and if we employ some labor, maybe they will not do that much perfect as the drones are doing, right? It is really very good application that the drones are used in agriculture also. Where else you have seen? Recently, have you seen anywhere like in the news, did you hear about the drones, like where it is used? In wars? In wars, nowadays drones are used, right? So most of the days, like when you see the Russia-Ukraine, yeah, the drones are using for the war, and there are many applications in the war. So my session, I'm going to cover about what are the different types of drones, what is the technology behind drones, and how it works. So we will see one by one, so that you will get some clear idea about this. These are the different pictures you can see in this. Like we can also call the drones as UAV. You know what is the full form for UAV? Yeah, here you can see unmanned aerial vehicle. The drones also called as unmanned aerial vehicle. There is no person inside the drone. We are just controlling the drones with the different aspects or with the different sources. So here we have fixed wing rotor. Basically the UAVs are working classification based on the wings, wings and the rotor. So you have seen that here we have like 2 wings and 1 rotor. Here you can see that single rotor only, there is no wings here, and you can see here fixed wing hybrid VTOL. This is VTOL. We have 2 types of drones, basically it works for functionality. VTOL is vertical takeoff and landing, and the other one we have HTOL, that is horizontal takeoff and landing. So vertical takeoff and landing means like like helicopter. So helicopter, how it fly like straight, like vertical to the ground, right? And the takeoff and landing also the same, like vertically it is coming down. Whereas the horizontal, it's the example of the flight, right? The flight, how it is going, it's like it needs some place to take the run like horizontally, and then it will take off. And while the landing also, it is HTOL. So VTOL and HTOL, we have 2 types of drones. So where vertical VTOL drones, which doesn't require much space, whereas HTOL required a lot of space to take off and landing. Okay, so here we have these things, single rotor, and then the fixed wing hybrid rotor, VTOL, and this is quadcopter. We have like 4 wings to this drone, and this is hexacopter we have, and this is the tricopter. Also we have some other drones like octocopter we have. So I am taking one case study where we are going to discuss about that particular thing. Okay. Yes. These are the different types of drones. Have you seen these drones in anywhere, especially in air shows? From the Air Force, when you have air shows, you might have seen these drones which are specially used for army and defense purposes, like war purposes. You know that which DRDO, our DRDL or DRDO, they have developed one drone. What is the name of that drone? Anyone? Name of the drone which is developed by India DRDO? It is Rustum 1. This is the drone developed by our defense organization in India, and it is one of the popular drones we are using for the war purposes, okay, for the defense purposes. Okay. And from the USA, there are so many drones, which you can see that X-47C, this is the drone from USA, and also this is Sentinel, this is also from United States, and we have like Killer Bee, this is also from United States. Okay, there are so many drones which are specially used for the country's defense. So now the Army, Air Force and Navy, other than that, we are completely depending on the drones, where we no need to worry about the loss of the lives or the loss of human beings. So or the loss of our army okay, who are working hard for our country. So the drones are especially really, it is taking a main role where it helps us to protect our country, or if someone attacking on the country, the drones can make the re-attack on that one, and it can be demolished from the other drones. It's possible. This is one simple case study. This is the case study of national. This is from the Singapore. That is National University of Singapore. So NUS campus. So they have drones, as one of the student, they told that the drones are using for delivery purposes. So here, without involving any human, the drones are completely working on that one. Like the drones will take the parcel, and then it will go to the destination, and from the destination the receiver will receive the SMS, and then the receiver can take up the parcel. As well, the other case study is here, from the port to the parcel destination. Also the drones are used. So this is already implemented in this university campus. So this is one example we can see. This is the National University of Singapore. If you are using for your personal purposes drones, what you have to do and what you should not do, do's and don'ts. So do not fly above 400 feet ground level, and keep drone within visual line of sight. Okay, don't make that the drones are going outside your control. Do not fly over people, and when flying within 5 miles of an airport, give notice to the airport people, or you have to get the proper permissions from the authorized people, authorized the departments. And observe community based guidelines. Whatever the guidelines are given or provided by the country, you have to follow that. Now this is the advancement to the normal drones or UAVs. This is called UAS. UAS is unmanned aircraft system. So the next thing is, without pilots, without the control of the human involvement, the complete control is from the base stations or control stations, and the pilot will be sitting at this point, and then the aircrafts are running. So most of the places, countries, they have already implemented this one, and we can see that in United States. So there are different areas like telecommunications, public safety, industrial applications, cargo, passengers, even passengers also, they are already trying for that. So we can see that the future, it can be by 2036, we can see that the market size will be around $25 billion, which covers for the passenger transportation. So we can see that nowadays also, when the long flights, let's say from Hyderabad to United States, if we are traveling, it will take like 18 hours or 16 hours time to travel. So where the pilots no need to take care, it can put autopilot and they can run the flight. So the same thing, without being pilot, the control can be done from the base station itself. Okay. So this is some one of the slide, like fixed wing and what is the uses of that one, and the multi-rotor, single rotor, fixed wing hybrid VTOL. Already we have discussed this one in the beginning. So this is elaborated of that one. And I want to tell you one more thing, that each information is taken from a research paper which is already published in Web of Science. So the references are given here in the down. So we can see that all these references are given. So from my PPT, if you want to explore the further information, you can go ahead and you can see that this paper already published in Web of Science, and then you can see that the detailed information about that thing. So here, this is the military UAVs, okay, based on payload, capacity and weapons on board. So this is the type of UAV, that is Predator Sea Avenger, which will use for Hellfire missiles, guided bombs, joint direct attack ammunition. So the payload, it can take up to 3000 kgs. Okay, we can attach as the missiles or whatever may be, it can take up to 2,948, approximately 3,000 kgs, and it can go up to 15,240 meters altitude. And the speed of this kind of UAV is 400 knots. Here, like we measure the speed in kilometers and miles, so the speed of the drones we measure in knots. So 1 knot is equal to 1.15 miles. So if you see that here 400 knots, it's like around 500 miles per hour it can travel. So it's like almost 750-800 kilometers per hour the missile can, the drone can travel. So here the next one we have like Heron TP. This is again the payload of this one is 2,700 kgs, and the altitude it can fly up to 13,716 miles. So this is the speed of this one is 220 knots. So it can run up to 30 hours, and this is developed by this Israel Aerospace Industries. And the other one like MQ-9B Sky Guardian and Predator B MQ-9 and CH-5 UAV, all these things we have mentioned here, like the payload and its altitude and its speed and the number of hours. It can run up to 60 hours, you can see here. Well, so the communications in drone, how the communication is going to happen in the drones. So let's take one example. Basically here, these are the things which will help in the drones, like communication modules, antennas, handling platforms, networking, wireless sensor networks, and vehicular communication system. These things, these technologies are used like AI, ML again here, and navigation, security, profiling, optimization, all these things will help in handling these things. And also these output like surveillance, okay, emergency communication infrastructure, emergency aid, all these things will be like output of these communications. Let's say that we have a ambulance and the drone is connected to the ambulance, and the drone is controlling the ambulance by communication module, by using the communication module. So now we have GPS, right? We use GPS. In GPS we can see that okay, this route is got lot of congestion. We cannot. It is better to take the alternate route. But when we connect with the drones, what happens? It is it will see the real-time environment. Like let's say that around 10 kilometers or 20 kilometers or 30 kilometers range, it will give the exact outcome like which route we have to follow. So really the life of the person, okay, is very important. So the drones will help us in getting the real-time situation, and then based on the real-time situation we can take the decision on it instead of depending on the GPS. Now most of some of the countries, they have already implemented that, especially like ambulances and all are connected with the drones, and the drones will give the instructions to the ambulance that okay, which route have to be followed and what is the exact best optimized way of reaching to the destination. These things we can get from this one. So this is one of the areas where the researchers can concentrate. Basically, especially like communication modules, how it is happening and what is the base, and then wireless sensor networks, and these things like security also is one of the major concern in the in drones. These things we can work on it for the further this one for the researchers. So here modules developed for the drone communication. We have here resource handling platform and the antennas. There are so many antennas, types of antennas, which will help in the drones communication. And also basically we have 3 types of utility factors. The one is centralized system. The centralized system is the person is sitting on a base station and they are controlling the drones. This is called centralized system. And we have other thing like that is called the decentralized system, which no need to control by the persons. The instructions are already inputted in the drone, and the drone will work independently without having the control from the base station. This is the decentralized type of drones. The third one is aquatic drones. You have any idea about aquatic drones? Where it is used basically? Did you hear about submarine concept? Submarines are where? Inside the sea, right? So the drones of aquatic are used inside the water. Recently, just yesterday, I saw one of the newspaper that there is very big gathering that is in the Prayagraj Kumbh Mela. Did you hear about that? They are using the drones in the water there to make sure that no person is out of the control from inside the water. So if they found that anyone is they are going depth, and the drone will give the communication to the base station, and the people immediately will be alert to that one. So the drones really helping us in the surveillance, not only in the air, but it is giving the help inside the water also, right? So here we have one protocol that is called MOLINK protocol, which helps the drone communication basically. Okay? And also the drones, nowadays we are using the IoT technology, that is Internet of Things, and also it supports the 5G, and this is machine to machine communication. It helps using this MOLINK protocol. And this is delay based protocol, that is we have QDTT and FWP. This is like the delay based is like, if the data is in queuing, like when the packets are transferring, or when the frames are transferring from the base station to the, let's say, the drones. So there is called the packet. So when there is a congestion, then we have to manage the techniques using the queues, right? So these protocols will help us in QDTT. This will help us to make the queues well, and then for delays also it will control. The UAVs also helps us in the cellular connected UAV communication network. So now if you see that, the good example is we have our mobile phones, and we have good strength here, let's say outside, but when we come here inside, the strength is getting weaker. The reason is the antennas power it's not available to this particular place. But when we have the drones, even though the isolated places, we can connect using the drones, and we can make the cellular connected UAV communications. So these are the research papers which is contributed in the drones. So especially we have different papers like from Aurora, this Pizzetta person, he's then done to Lee et al. All these are, this paper is there, communication and networking technologies for UAVs. So if you go through this paper, you will see all these, the literature review is done here. You can understand about details about what are the contributions already there in the drones technologies. Okay. This is another example of V2X communication. This is the funded project from Nanyang Technological University, NTU from Singapore. So the researchers have already proposed a model where the highway can be surveillance through drones. Okay? So like the drone to car communication or vehicle communication, or drone to person communication, or drone to we can say the pedestrian communication, drone to slow vehicle communications, all are possible through IoTs. So here you can see that all these vehicles are connected to the drones. Okay, drones are surveillancing all the traffic here, and here the red car, you can see that it is just going outside the road. So immediately the drone can communicate to the car and saying that you are out of the track. So these kind of applications are already working on that, and the proposals are there, and this will help us really to control the traffic and the safety of the people. So we can take care from the drones. So this is, we have, the range is there for every drone. So we can have multiple drones where we can take care about the communications in the same case study, for the same case study. So there are so many drones here. So drone to drone communication is there, drone to vehicle communication is there, drone to ground base station is there. So all these communications are there. And most of you are aware that we have like ISO OSI model and then TCP IP model. These two models will help us, especially for the communication, the network layer will help us. So here also the same thing they have used for the drones. So where the wireless sensor networks are based on the network layer, so the communication is happening through the network layer. So this is the frame format where we have, this is STX and length, and this is the checksum. In this format, the frame will transfer from one place to another place. So here the details are given, like for STX, this field defines the start of the frame and always will be OXFE like that. and this is hexadecimal number system, you are aware of that one. And then the length and the sequence and all these things. Checksum is whether the frame is delivered without any error or not. This will take care. This is the main concern now. When the communication is happening between the base station to drone or drone to drone, there are so many serious issues, especially attacks, cyber attacks. Like you know, there are so many ways the people are interfering in the communication, and they are trying to change the data, or even they are, you know, there are different types of drone localization, or we can say that the error attacks. We have attacks on navigation signals, so they can make the signal spoofing attacks and signal jamming attacks. They can jam the signals, or they can you know, weak the signal. And data injection attacks we have, where the data can be changed when the data is communicating between the drone to drone or the people to drone. So there is a possibility of data injection attack, and then the generic false data injection attack, and Snoopy attacks, skyjet attack, okay, skyjack attack. So I'm not going to discuss each and everything detailed, but there are so many types of, you know, attacks are possible, and we have to take care about that one. So this is again a broad area for the researchers, where you can really think about that, what are the different types of attacks are there on the drones, and then how we can propose the new models to overcome these issues. So there are different frequencies that drones works, 2.4 gigahertz and 5.8 gigahertz and 433 gigahertz and 934 gigahertz. These four types of frequencies are specially used by the drone fly or drone communication, we can say. Again, the purpose of use, like we have malicious use as well as the considerate use. Malicious use by the terrorist use, or, you know, criminal use with the different purposes, and for the considerate use for the civilian use, like cinematography, disaster assessment management, search and rescue, right? And personal use, commercial use, okay, touristic use, land scan and hotspot communication, so on. And military use, like monitoring, surveillance and escort cover, eliminating, making targets, aids and supplies, recording terrorist activities, all these things, it is useful. This is actually one paper which is having the different types of attacks, and what kind of infection it is going to take place, and what kind of place it is going to affect: privacy, data confidentiality, integrity, availability and authentication, all these things. So this is one more slide which helps us to understand the exploitable security gaps, and then the system components, what are the systems it is going to affect, and what are the solutions we have for that, safeguard solutions. Again, it needs a lot of time to discuss further. So the attacker types are there here, like, you know, hackers, cyber terrorists and the cyber criminals, and the attacker nature is passive or active. So in passive, what happens, just they will try to get the information, read the information, they are not going to harm the data, they are not going to you know, alter the data. But whereas here, the active attacks or active nature of attacks, the attackers, they are going to change the data, or they are going to update the data as if they take the control over them, and they will act as they are the actual drones, or they are actual person in the communication. So they are going to change the data in that. So this is like active attack. And there are so many threats like confidentiality, integrity and availability, authentication is there, and it works on different layers of the OSI model: application, network, data link, physical, and there are so many targets. So there are different techniques are here, and the gains are there. And these things, like we have analysis with tools, there are some tools which will help us to analyze whether the communication happened perfectly or not, whether it is true communication or not. And also analysis with methods, there are some different methods using that logic. There are 3 people developed this method: band logic and GNY logic and random oracle model. These logics will help us to understand whether the communication, whatever have done, it is from the actual source or not. Those things it is possible through these techniques. So these are the references from where we have taken the information, which is already published papers in Web of Science. And really it helps us to further think about this and to explore it and to publish our research, or we can think about the research in these areas. So thank you very much for the listening, and if you have any questions, you can ask.
Thank you so much, sir. Any questions?
So thank you for the wonderful details about drones. As a researcher, how do you feel, sir, security aspect of drones? Because human life, if an object is flying around us, it may give us some good effect and even a bad effect.
Yes.
So what possible challenges you think, and what research has to be there in future to handle that?
Basically, the drones, when we are communicating or when we are dealing with the drones, the data we are saving or we are storing in the clouds. So when the communication is happening, the data is going to store in the clouds. There are so many chances that there are different types of attacks can happen. So we have to take care that what kind of attacks are there basically using these tools and the techniques, and we have to overcome those kind of attacks. Otherwise, when there is no involvement with much human, then there are chances that the data which we have communicated or the data which has transferred from one place to another place, whether it is the correct one or not, we cannot make sure. So we need some further detailed research in these areas, that how we can make sure that the drones are working perfectly. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And what about physical damage, sir?
Physical damages also there. If you see one of the slide here, like already the drones are there, someone can attack directly on that one. Yeah, this is the major issue, that we have to take care that there should be some other drone which can take care about these things, that the surveillance is there and everything is safely working on that one. Yeah, this part, right now, in these areas, we are taking care, one drone should take care about all the drones, that they have to communicate. If something is damaged, physically damaged, then immediately it should be informed to the base station about that one.
Thank you very much, sir.
Hello, sir. You said drones are also in water. What about the safety of aquatic animals?
Aquatic animals. Yeah, this is a very good question. It should not harm the aquatic animals, and they have already taken care about that one. The signals and all those things, whatever we are communicating with the aquatic drones, so it is not going to affect or harm the animals there.
Okay, and one more question, sir. How about we combine AI and drone technology, like drones controlled by AI? Is it possible, or we can look forward for it?
The example which I have given you for the National University of Singapore, so the communication between the ambulance and the drone, okay, here everything is based on the AI only. How it is AI? The best path is provided by the AI algorithms only. Okay. So the AI already implemented in drones.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, sir. This is Dr. Sridhar Chintala. So the upcoming technology, vehicle-to-vehicle transmission also, its technology is upcoming, and lane detection also it's coming. Then what is the importance of drone to give a suggestions about the vehicles to cross the lanes?
This is basically traffic management by the authorities. So the communication between the vehicle to vehicle is there already. Like for example, driverless cars are there, right? The communication is completely through the screen with the person, right? From the software itself. So the drone basically can be like, now here when we are traveling on the highway, we have a speed limit. So the cameras are there. But sometimes cameras works are not, we are not sure about that one. Like the drones, if it is in the highway, the drones are controlling complete traffic, and then if there is any issues with the traffic management, immediately they can report to the traffic, like the control people, like the police are there in their country.
And one more is an example, that network consisting of 100 drones, which is monitoring the entire some lanes, roads. 5 to 6 drones are battery getting down. So what is the next step? Does it will communicated to the server, or?
Yeah, it should be communicated to the server, and we have to get back, and again we have to have the alternate option there immediately.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. Sir, you said that drones are used in highways and all. So already there is an idea of smart street lights.
Yeah.
So what's the difference between?
Basically, smart street lights is part of the like smart cities we have nowadays, and smart street lights are there. So all these things are controlled by the control system, some chips, right? So here the drones will control everything. So no need to depend on a like static thing. This is like dynamic environment it will create us.
How do you protect from jamming?
You mean signal jamming? Yeah, signal jamming is one threat we have, and we have to really we need further work on it on that. Really, this is one kind of attacks, and when the signal is jammed, yeah, automatically the drone will not work. So we have to take care immediately. The other actions we have to take care. Yeah. So there is a issue with that one, signal jamming. Once the attack for the signal jam, automatically the drone will be down.
And how do you protect the surveillance environment from the in terms of security?
Yeah, basically.
Cyber security or any other concerns that we have, or you can call it as the risks that we are optionally have.
We can say these are the risks, and then we have to have the alternate options immediately once it is happened. Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much for your patience, and really appreciate all of you that this time you are sitting and listening, and you made my motivation, like when I saw in the beginning of the seminar or the keynote, I felt that, okay, this is end of this one. So, but when you all here, really it made me motivated, and I got the energy to speak in front of you. Thank you very much for all of you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I request Vinay Babu sir to please come on the dais to felicitate the speaker. So please on the dais. I request Principal sir also to please join the dais. I request everyone to join for a group photo, please.
क्या प्रोग्राम है सुमे मैम so with this today's hello everyone with this today's program successful gone off thank you very much each one of you for your cordial support and tomorrow we'll meet you by 9:30 madam Najia ma'am 9:30 so we are truly thankful to each one of the member who are directly indirectly involved in this conference let us join with the same spirit with the same vibe tomorrow 9:30 thank you So tomorrow also we have the one more workshop based on the IPR RM. So please don't forget to join it. We have 3 more exciting speakers tomorrow into that, and that will be started by 11 o'clock to 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock in C block. So thank you very much.
Here it is.